saying.
Never said I'd stop streaming.
Silence saying get the stream back up. Just turn it off and turn it on again.
I did.
It's down. Uh-oh.
That ain't good.
It's not. It's back. It's back. They said it's back. Alright. So we're back.
So yeah, what's our map draft for this guy?
We're waiting on Draconic to ready up in the map draft.
Oh, well,
We're waiting on them.
Let's hurry it up, Draconic. Let's get this show on the road here. I guess they do have 5 minutes technically until the series is actually supposed to start, but you know, I had a music teacher when I was younger. He used to say, to be early is to be on time. To be on time is to be late. To be late is to be in big trouble. So, you know, always 5 minutes early if you're going to go anywhere.
Oh, map draft on the way.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
And Notorious immediately banning Velaskaya. No love for Velaskaya on any side. Temple of Anubis also gone. 2 CPs, I think we're not going to see tonight.
Yeah, nobody really enjoying those at all. I mean, I don't think they're fun maps to play. There are some changes that, you know, have made them a little bit more forgiving on attacking teams, I guess, and a little more punishing on defending teams, but not really enough where it makes that much of a difference.
And Oasis also getting taken out. Waiting on Draconic to make a choice, and King of the Hill maps, taking those out might not be a bad idea against Draconic, knowing how good Addison is on the Winston or Genji if he needs to.
Really? I mean, I've seen him jump on the Widowmaker on Ilios Ruins and just do work, so Addison a threat on whatever he decides to run.
Also, Digital set an amazing Tracer. Could be a lot of dual problems if we do go on a King of the Hill map. Hanamura is taken out along with Watchpoint and Iconwald, so I believe there's no 2 CP left, and Dorado is also taken out. Payload maps getting taken out, maybe King of the Hill. We've got Route 66 and the hybrid maps left, but Numbani getting taken out. And I'm actually surprised with that pick from Draconic, where how good they are on the dive. I thought Numbani would be a good map for them. Route 66 getting taken out. The payload maps are out. We only have we're gonna see at least 1 King of the Hill map, maybe all 3. Nepal, Lijiang Tower, and Ilios, depending on how this goes. Hollywood gone. And
we've got 3 King of the Hill and a
hybrid left.
And a hybrid left, and King's Row left, right? Holy cow!
Yep.
So, no matter what, a lot of King of the Hill coming our way.
Nepal being the decider if needed. Yes. And King's Row being our first map.
Okay. I like it.
So, put everything as it is. Let's just start up and get right into it.
So it's King's Row, Nepal, Ilios, King's Row, Ilios, Nepal. What's the order?
It's going to be King's Row, Nepal, and then Lijiang Tower if needed.
Oh, okay, Nepal, Lijiang.
Icy Suspect is an amazing pair. This is going to be a really interesting way to see how Draconic try to counter it, because they don't have a real hit scan player, so they might be very limited or pressured.
That is why I remembered Icy's name. It's because of that Pharah play. I have definitely seen him play before. Black Soul also on the Reinhardt. Remember that. Zealot. Yep. Healer. Zealot. Look to Zealot to also play a very mean Zenyatta. Very capable on that hero as well. Nate Diggy Doggy Dog actually playing Zarya, often on Zarya, but can flex around to. He plays the Roadhog a little fair bit. You can just flex around to a lot of different off tanks and can also play some DPS fairly well. Of course, Jacko and Icy Suspect filling that role very effectively on their own. They don't really need Nate's help all that often. But out of the attack, we will see, I hope they're going to stick on this Widowmaker. Probably going to be HP switching onto a healer. I believe that's what HP typically does, if I'm not incorrect. Bean playing Lucio. Dgaff on Reinhardt. They're also running Addison on the Winston, so a little bit of both worlds with the dive and the Reinhardt. Zarya adding those shielding, and then of course Tracer being played by Digital Sith. They're going to come right out the gates here and posture immediately, but Black Soul getting a mean fire strike, taking out Bean as he pokes his head around the corner. That is going to take a whole lot of speed, literally, out of Draconic's push, but still pushing in is Digital Sith, just trying to get a little distractor factor going on the back lines. But Draconic definitely going to have to regroup here as they are coming back in. Immediate dive coming out of Addison, and the rest of Draconic following up on top of it. However, first kill going the way of Black Soul, taking down Addison. Icy getting another one, but kills going both ways. They are even now on the point, and Dgaff gets another one there, doing very well on this Reinhardt. So they're going to continue pushing in here, and of course, attacking kills favor the attackers. These trades are, you know, the attacking spawn is much closer than the defending spawn, so unless HP can, no, HP did not survive until the Resurrect could come up, so this is going to be, or sorry, Zealot rather. Zealot didn't survive, so this is going to be Draconic taking this point here.
Todd's an amazing Zarya. He already has Graviton surge up while Nate is only at 50%. Just to show you how much work Todd does for his team. Definitely one of the best players on his team and the one to look out for.
Well, and of course, he can't do it without some awesome fodder like Addison jumping in and building up the charge for him. Todd, of course, being able to just melt through people after getting to full charge on Zarya. But the Icy using the Rocket Barrage, not getting much out of it, but able to push the side of Draconic back at least. At the very least, they need to pull back, heal up a little bit, and you know, all of Draconic being pretty low there, but slowly but surely getting healed up, back established on this point here. Notorious hasn't really had an answer for stopping this. Graviton comes out. Black Soul does Earth Shatter and stop a little bit of the follow-up, and also takes down Dgaff, but of course the rest of his team taken down as well. Rez does come out from Zealot though, but HP is still alive. HP still has that Rez up and ready to go, and Zealot's going to be taken down. There's most of the heals taken down for the side of Notorious, so a chance for this payload to keep moving forward. Draconic gets reestablished on here. Jacko in the backlines though, doing a whole lot of work, and he is going to be able to at least get some follow-up here onto this this Graviton. Icy, however, running most of that follow-up, able to take out most of the side of Draconic, and yeah, this is just going to be Draconic backing up, trying to get out of here. Both members taken down here, and yeah, they're going to go for a full regroup now. Definitely took a while there for Notorious to figure out, but they do end up finally throwing all of their ults at the problem and getting restabilized on this objective.
Addison gonna be going on to the 76 to help out his friend in the Ferret battle, Digital Seth. But I don't know if that's a good call, because he gets picked off immediately, but not even that. But he could have dove in the back line and put a lot of pressure on either the Mercy or the tank, and trusted Digital Seth. But Bake Shatter coming out, Dega immediately getting killed, and right now they're gonna have to back away. Black Soul is doing too much work on the Rhine right now. Todd is fully charged.
Yeah, I was just about to comment on that. Todd has been at above, 50 charge pretty much this entire game. Currently walking anywhere between 60 and 80, and I mean, with that much charge, you're able to get in here, get these Gravitons up. He pulls out another one. Not quite the follow-up on it they need, but they do manage to get a little bit of in the aftermath. Digital Sith taking down one, but Zealot comes in with the res, able to reset his fight. Court, again, HP has the res in the aftermath of that res. A good Earth Shatter comes in from Pigath, able to take out his counterpart. Sound barriers from both sides, but it is going to be... Well, actually, Icy takes down Addison. Maybe this is a chance for Notorious to turn it around. A Rocket Barrage coming in, taking down DGAP, but the res going to come in at any second here, of course, from HP Installer, unless they can bully that Mercy out of there, but not able to. HP gets the res off, and they're all in the back lines here. They could kind of just push this behind the side of Notorious before they can get back. Of course, Black Soul does come in and stop those dreams, gets a nice pin onto DGAF there, and send it back. Draconic, only a minute and a half left here once they get regrouped. They've burned a whole lot of time here, not really getting any full regroups here. What do you think they need to do differently in order to actually push this in the rest of the way through second?
Honestly, I feel like the switch onto the fair for the pharmacy battle was a smart call. But Addison immediately getting a pick, I was about to say, maybe Addison staying on. But huge Graviton coming up, and they're about to get picked off. There is no res, so this is literally all them. And HP is getting low 3 down. You gotta assume that they're gonna reset. But no, a 4-man coming out from Digital Sith, the 5 with Todd. Only for Mercy could, however, come in for the res for the next fight.
Nobody on the payload right now. What are they doing? They're going up trying to get split spawns after wiping the entire team. And I definitely got to question that. I almost said I questioned that that Rocket Barrage until they managed to get everyone. Unfortunate. If they had kept 3 on the payload, they would have been able to punch it in there. Unable to. Final fight comes in. That Earth Shatter being blocked, but Addison does get 2 with his tactical visor, looking for more. Resurrect, however, on both sides. Zealot using his first yet again, but HP going to be taken down. Doesn't matter though. All these kills going the way of Draconic. They are going to push it in, getting a little bit more time on the clock, but because they lost so much time in that second phase, only a minute 45 seconds left going into this final phase. Draconic looking to finish out the map, but not a whole lot of time left to do it. They do have the resources to do it though. Both supports with ults ready to go. Of course, that ever important Resurrect ready, and Todd with the Graviton ready to go as well. This could be all they need to push it in. Icy, the only one on the side of Notorious with a Rocket Barrage ready to go, and gonna take HP out immediately. So that's gonna be a huge pick starting off this fight. Probably gonna be enough for Draconic just to back it up. Yep, that's definitely gonna be enough. Slowly but surely, they're trying to get out of there, but unable to really before getting wiped off the map. Notorious doing a very good job here, taking advantage of these staggered kills in order to take time off the map. Only 45 seconds left by the time Draconic gets reestablished here. Coming back in. Still a whole lot of ult on the table, but both teams, the ult economy is a little bit more even now. And Nate coming up on his Graviton as well is going to be huge for the defense here. And Jacko, again, getting a huge pick. HP taken out first in both of these last couple of fights. And again, that's going to be Draconic just backing out. But if the same thing happens again that happened last time, they're not going to be able to get back in here. Notorious doing a brilliant job of just... Wow. Notorious, incredible job here at the end. Picking off HP both times, and then just staggering out the kills back into the end.
At the door, not even gonna let them touch the point.
Taking precious time off of the clock, and this is going to be Notorious holding it at the very end, not allowing Draconic to complete the map. Still a good attack from Draconic, but Notorious doing a very good job at the end there to stagger out those deaths and waste as much time as possible.
With how Draconic plays, this is still very much winnable for them. They can still have a very strong first hold point, or they could hold it in the stage. Draconic is a team that's very capable of doing this, and it really questions to them, how quick are they going to respond to Icy?
Good. It means your balls do not smell sour.
Yeah, well, I mean, Icy definitely played very well on the Pharah at the end, but it was El Jacko coming alive at the end there on the Tracer, able to get, I guess Icy did help out on the first pick, but El Jacko and Icy both taking out the Pharah, the Mercy Digital Sith on the other side every time coming into that those last fights, and as a result, not able to get the value out of that Mercy res. And you know, I say it time and time again, if you can't get that Mercy res off, it really is not worth it running the hero. You know, the heals, even after the nerf, the raw healing output coming out from an Ana is going to be higher than a Mercy. And unless you're able to have the clutch res that resets the fight every time, you might as well just run the Ana.
So
But
with the Ana
Bean
coming
actually
out,
electing to run the Ana this time, so yeah, and Zealot switching on to that Zenyatta I told us about. So both teams actually seeing huge changes coming out from their supports. No Mercy in this fight.
I'm gonna be the first one to say I'm kind of happy to see a little bit more diversity on the support role.
Yes, me too.
Seeing the Mercy battle, like now it's a battle between can Bean heal more than Zealot's Discord damage can do.
Exactly. Well, we will see coming in here. It is going to be an interesting question if they can get an interesting. Wow! Right off the bat, Black Soul diving in, taking out Todd, and Jacko following up on it, taking down Bean. 2 kills, going the way of the attack right off the bat. Draconic getting a couple of their own, but trades do favor the attackers here on Kings Row first. However, if Digital Sith is allowed, taken down immediately after, so going to be a chance for the attack to continue piling on here. Jacko doing work on this Tracer. Icy, of course, helping out on Pharah. Addison's going to come back in on the Roadhog, but just going to be bullied around. Yeah, immediately taken down. And this is definitely going to be Notorious taking this point very quickly. Both teams taking the point very quickly on the first attack. Kings Row definitely, you know, can be held pretty...
Just cleared that open, immediately getting the pick on the Todd, who is honestly the pillar of Draconic, with how much he does for the team. And Icy is way deep into the backline, and they have no answer for Icy because of the fact that they don't have a true hit scan player. Nobody can test him, nobody challenge him.
Well, and this has been the strategy lately for teams to send 4 or 5 members of their team ahead to just get these split spawns, and they are going to get them. Pretty much everybody from the side of Draconic falling. Addison going to be the last one to go. 1 person on the payload throughout the entire time, so it kept moving. Notorious about halfway through this Streets phase of Kings Row. And, I mean, they aren't quite pulling the Selfless GG. Selfless would pull all the way up into this 3rd phase and make us think that we were already fighting for the final phase of Kings Row. But we do manage to get it pretty much all the way through the Streets phase, and a good pick coming out from Jacko right off the bat. No sound barrier going to be available. Not that HP had it anyways. Arctic contributing on that Lucio for another kill, and more kills going the way of Notorious here. Going to continue moving this payload forward, and yeah, geez, and all of the kills for the side of Notorious here. Draconic unable to really do anything after that, losing that first point. And gonna be making some swaps up here. Addison actually swapping on the Mercy, Bean onto McCree. You know, nothing else really swapping up, but gonna be looking for Todd to be making good use out of this Graviton. That's all they have on the table on the side of Notorious. 4 ults ready, including this Trance ready to nullify the Graviton completely. So the Graviton gonna come out, the Trance immediately comes in to nullify it. Both teams unable to get kills right off the bat here, but sound barriers coming out from both sides. Icy Suspect going to be the first to fall, though. Jacko taking out one of his own, but immediately falls as well. So definitely looks like it's going to be favoring Draconic here on the defense, as most of the kills are going to be going their way. Black Soul, last one left alive, going to be able to fall. But Icy Suspect has the Rocket Barrage ready for this next fight. Digital Sith, however, with the Tactical Advisor, might be able to take him out of the sky before he's able to make anything happen with it. We will see what happens here as these teams get reestablished here. Not a whole lot more for the side of Notorious to push here on this payload. That yellow box of victory only a few meters away here. So we'll see what ends up happening. Digital Sith getting very low, looking for... definitely has to stay alive here. Icy Suspect coming out with the Rocket Barrage, able to get 1, but actually both sides getting a couple, and nobody on the payload! Draconic got off the payload! I'm sorry, I thought I was watching Draconic, not Cloud9. And this is Notorious taking advantage of that, pushing it in at the very end. I mean, able to take the map out of Draconic, just kind of taking a nap there.
Digital trying so hard to play a match for his team.
Yeah, and he definitely did put in work on this first point defense here, and almost was able to bring it back. But of course, those attacking spawns just are so much favored on most of these hybrid maps. I'd say maybe Numbani being the only one where it's somewhat even between the attackers and the defenders walking back from spawn. And you know, as a result, just trading out on the attack is worth it. That's what you saw. Sorry, what was the Reinhardt's name there? But he just dove right in. You know, he knows that as long as he can get his body, Black Soul was the one. As long as he can get his body onto one member of the defending team, especially if it's one of the squishy healers or DPS, you know, he creates one of those trade situations where on the back of that, Notorious can push in. And of course, when you have DPS like Jacko and Icy Suspect coming in behind you to clean up whatever is in your wake, you know, you can be pretty safe. But coming on to Nepal, what do you think we're going to see different out of these both teams? Obviously, Farah going to be a factor on Nepal, very good on at least 2 out of 3 maps here. So you think we are going to see, you know, anything different out of either of these teams?
Notorious, most likely no. But however, from the side of Draconic, they I would like to say are a lot more flexible than Notorious. And if we were to see anything crazy, like for example, like last round on the last point, we saw Addison hop off the Winston, hop off the Genji Soldier, and actually switch to the Mercy to let Bean take up the role of DPS, just to show you how flexible those players are. But I would say whatever they switch it to, it honestly needs to be played around Icy. Because El Jaco, while he's an amazing tracer, digital set, I feel like, will bring the fight to him. So I feel like isn't, I would say top of the list. I would say Icy definitely is. And as this game continues, both teams are taking different ways, and as this pushes an Icy all the way up top, being left uncontested with the Harmony Orb, just firing down, they have to make space for it. They've got the Roadhog. I actually am surprised with no Reinhardt. Dega is not on the Reinhardt, he's on the Roadhog Zarya combo. Very interesting to see how this is going to play. How do you feel about this duo of tanks?
It is definitely a surprising duo to see, not one you see very often, and I think it definitely is the reason that they were unable to get established on that point there, because, you know, you see the side of Notorious able to push out onto the point without, or with a Rhine Shield in front of them, and Draconic has nothing. And you see immediately Dega going to switch onto the Reinhardt, realizes that was a problem. Dega's a very good Roadhog, but it's not the kind of thing that you can't swap on the Roadhog when that means that you're not going to have a Reinhardt. Unfortunately, you know, someone has to play the rectangle man, but going to be coming in here right off the bat. Ult advantage definitely a little bit on the side of Notorious here, and Icy getting 2 kills there with the environmental kill. Another 2 right after. Icy coming in huge on this kill feed. And that's definitely going to be Notorious holding on to this point here. 45% on the point, continuing to build up. They're trying to take down Digital Sith, who's kind of comically just blinking around throughout all of their backlines, but unable to stay alive for long. Definitely still a bit of an ult advantage for the side of Notorious, but yeah, Icy coming in huge for his team on this map. This being one of those 2 maps I was mentioning where Farah can come in absolutely massive, and Icy filling that role. However, first kill going to Digital Sith, taking down Zenyatta, and that is the opportunity that Draconic was looking for. 3 kills going their way, and they're going to be pushing onto the point, capturing it. Now Jacko going for a dive, looking for Mondato's lost gold down in the pit. Not sure finding anything down there.
How much of a threat Icy is. Being solo ulted Icy and almost didn't kill him. He was literally on the last bullet, on the last second of the visor.
Yep, well, all of the ults ready on the side of Notorious here, coming in here, and they are going to try to get established on the high ground and charge right in, actually. Black Soul not wasting any time here. The grab comes in, and 2 kills already going their way. However, Addison still left alive, going to get that resurrect off, and the Rocket Barrage comes in, able to get 1, but it is going to be enough, and the Rocket Barrage and the Rockets afterwards are able to net Icy a couple of kills. Notorious comes right back in, retakes this point, 44% for Draconic. They've got time to come back in for another team fight, but I'm not sure they have what they need to win this fight. They do have the Graviton, but a Trance and a Sound Barrier on the side of Notorious ready to negate it. And we have seen that Draconic has trouble with staying on the objective, so we'll see if they even get on there. They do manage to get on. This will trigger overtime if it comes to that point. Sound barriers on both sides. Graviton comes in for Draconic, but here comes the Trance to negate it. Bean gets a kill, but DGAF gonna go for a swim. Maybe not a swim, maybe just a long fall. Icy continuing to put in work on that Pharah, getting kill after kill. And, you know, again and again, showing up on the kill feed. Actually, Nate doing a lot there at the end as well. Notorious taking the first point on the Paul. Definitely convincing play here coming out for the side of Notorious.
And this just shows you, like, how strong Pharmacy, well, not even the Pharmacy, just Pharah is on console, how strong Icy of a Pharah is. And with the Harmony Orb, she's honestly just puts too much pressure on them. Draconic can't find an answer. Addison is going on the Zenyatta, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea against El Jacko.
Actually, they're making, yeah, okay, Bean swapping that Zenyatta, Addison swapping onto the Winston, Digital Sith onto Tracer. So a little bit of an interesting swap coming out from the side of Draconic, but they definitely need to make a swap at some point and figure out what the difference is here between these two teams. Icy immediately getting some rockets over the top here, but the dive comes in from Addison. I'm not sure he's going to be able to survive this though, but HP actually showing up on the kill feed. Bloodthirsty supports on the side of Draconic, able to get the first 3 kills on the speed, and Icy being taken out. Wow, look at Draconic, their support's coming in massive here. HP going to be the one on the point, capping it up for Draconic first here, and going to start building up that capture percentage here on the village. This being one of the maps, the B map rather, on Nepal, where I don't think Pharah is as effective. Can be effective in these open spaces, but of course on the point itself, very confined area, not a whole lot of space for her to do the work. But Nate doesn't need a Pharah come in when he comes in at such a high charge, able to just cut through members of Draconic, and this point immediately going to flip back their way. Nate just coming in at 80 charge, melting through the side of Draconic, and yeah, flipping it over. Only 27% on the side of Draconic. Notorious starting to build up that capture percentage and hoping to hold on here. Icy coming up on the Rocket Barrage, and 75% on the grab for Nate. So maybe a chance to combo those, but Digital Sith with the first pick there, and Zealot immediately being taken down as well. So Digital Sith, everyone actually showing up on the side of Draconic. Neither team able to hold on to this point for long, and it's going to flip immediately back for Draconic.
Honestly, Addison just being on the Winston, I feel like is almost a reminiscence to FaZe, to the point where it doesn't matter if Addison is doing a lot on Winston. It's more of a comfort pick. If you ever watch their scrims, Addison's normally always on Winston. They're used to his playing style. But HP getting picked off, being immediately installed, get on El Jacko, that's a huge pick. Sound barrier coming down, but I feel like that's a little bit too late maybe. And just getting swung around by this Lionheart is going to go down. Graviton coming out, but maybe a questionable ult. I feel like they lost a lot of people to take full advantage of that. Todd is going to go down, but so is Black Soul. And El Jacko going to work. Dega's about to die. He needs help.
Yeah, definitely questionable use of that Graviton out of Nate there. I mean, 78% on the clock. They definitely have time to come back in, and that and the res would have been their only ults ready to go. So, I mean, now they're coming in up against a massive disadvantage in the ults. And, I mean, that sound barrier is going to get dropped. Not going to give them a chance to really even get established on this point. The trance comes in as well, negating all of the damage that Notorious could throw at this. And Draconic able to come away with what looks like, yep, they are going to take the village of Nepal, evening up Nepal 1-1 so far. So definitely a good change there coming out of Draconic. I think you're right. Having Addison swapping onto the Winston and just providing that pressure in the back lines was enough where, you know, maybe it was kind of more of a race between the DPS of the side of Draconic and Icy of who was going to be taking out the supports first. And Draconic found themselves winning that race that round.
But you know, the one downside of this, which I feel like they are about to exploit, is the fact that because of the Zenyatta, there isn't that much healing coming out. They're going to switch to Winston and keep the Mercy, and they might be looking to abuse this. Bean is going to get a lot of pressure on him, and this is honestly going to be based around how well Todd or Diga can protect Bean.
Yeah, definitely. Full dive coming out from Notorious now, and not a whole lot of anti-dive on the side of Draconic, so we'll see how effective this dive is from Notorious. Immediately jumping on the back lines, and, well, Todd going to be able to get the first couple of kills there. Icy does take out HP on that Lucio, but not able to do much more before being taken down himself. Bean does get taken down, but I think this fight does favor the side of Draconic here, going to get established on this point. And yeah, you know, they're taking first capture for the second round in a row. They did manage to take the last round having done that, so we'll see whether this round does follow suit. Well, actually, no, they haven't. They take their focus off of the objective. A problem of theirs, and here they have Jacko coming back in. Icy Suspect comes back in off of the spawn, and yes, this is going to be Notorious coming back in off of the spawn as a full team. Digital Sith trying to bring it back, but I think it might be too little too late as the entire set of Notorious is back. And well, this long drawn out initial fight here still not over yet. What do you think? What is happening here? Pulse Bomb coming out. Ice Suspect gets taken down again. Digital Sith taken down as well. Yeah, Bean doing a lot. Bloodthirsty supports here in this game here. And yeah, does look like Notorious finally able to get control of that point. That was a very long drawn out point. Both teams with ultimates on board, Nate actually with the Graviton available. So this next fight,
but they do have the Transcendence. And they don't have the bomb up. If Nate doesn't wait for El Jacko, even with Icy up, Barrage doesn't do enough damage in a short amount of time.
Well, we will see what ends up happening. The dive immediately coming in. Black Soul going to use that Primal Rage. Everything being used here by the side of Notorious. But you're right. Oh, they managed to take Bean out before getting that trance off. So maybe a chance here. Both the sound barriers are being used as well. HP going to be taken out as well as Todd. So this is looking like it's a chance for Draconic to get established on this point here. A Pulse Bomb coming out while trying to save the point. Jacko taken down, but a Resurrect available for Zella if needed, and definitely going to be a chance for Notorious to get control of this point. Yep. Good delay coming out from the side of Draconic, able to get up to 53% on the point. But a whole lot of ultimates on their side coming into this next fight. They've got both the Shatter and the Graviton ready to go, and the Trance also ready. But Zealot going to be hiding.
Sith in the back line, and he's still alive somehow. Sith has been
Zealot being caught in that Graviton though. Zealot taken down by the Grav, and that is a huge pickoff for the side of Notorious, or sorry, Draconic getting pushed back in here, and Draconic able to get the kills that matter. Pushing back in immediately, only 28% on the board for Notorious, and Draconic getting control again, pushing back in on the point really quickly. Still a lot of ults ready for them. 3 ults ready on both sides. Addison coming up, going to be the force for the side of Draconic here. Rez going to be up for Zealot, but still has to make sure that he is staying alive in order to be able to actually press the triangle there. Gonna be coming in. Addison gets the first kill on the Jacko though. Not a good start here for Notorious. The trance coming out. we will see what ends up happening here as this fight starts to break down a little bit. The rocket barrage coming in for Icy, but immediately taken out of the sky. The res taken out as well. This is going to be Draconic slowly but surely taking control at this point. 92% of the point. I'm not sure that Notorious is going to have time to get back in here. Jacko coming around, but 98%. Does he have a blink? He does. He does get on the point in time. Manages to trigger overtime and may be able to hold off long enough for his team to get in here. We have the res coming in, so finally able to get it off.
But not their res, then that.
Yeah, everyone getting taken down immediately after. Bean falling for Notorious for Draconic, but it doesn't matter. The rest of Notorious going to be taken out here. Draconic taking a second map here on Ilya, or on Nepal rather, and looking like they might have an advantage here, trying to take their first map in this series and even up the series.
Well, with Addison being as good of a Winston, along with the fact that Digital Sith is an amazing tracer, I think King of the Hill maps is just generally where they're stronger at. I am surprised with how many King of the Hill maps were actually left untouched in the draft. With this Draconic being a team that's been together for quite a while, a team with amazing synergy together. I would say a weird move leaving all these King of the Hill maps, but here we go back on the Village. A very strong display coming out on this map for Addison's team, but El Jacko is now going to pick up the Rhine and Black Soul is on the Hog. How do you feel about the switch though?
Maybe it's the switch they need. Jacko, I've seen on the Rhine before, immediately going to charge in there, but not getting anything for it, missing his pin, and immediately taken down. Icy does get the first kill, but two going the other way right off. Actually, I mean, they're pretty even here, as Nate going to turn things around. I think what happened there, let me see if I can confirm this, Nate got a heck of a lot of charge there off of that initial, that pin that missed from Jacko, and despite Jacko being taken down, Nate coming in with the high charge on the Zarya, able to just melt through the side of Draconic and take this point early on. So, Notorious definitely not out of this fight yet.
And coming in over here, Nate, do you feel like the way it is, Addison now does switch on the Roadhog to compete with Black Soul, but however, they're keeping the Zenyatta. With Roadhog being like as strong as he is against Zenyatta, do you feel like Bean should stay on it?
I mean, I think as long as the Zenyatta is working, Bean can stay on that. They do manage to retake the point. Not really getting any kills, but they just bully their way on there, and they do. First kill does go the way of Decap. He managed to take out Zealot on that Mercy, so that is a huge pick here. Zealot not up to that res, but getting very close. Nate does turn it back the other way, takes down Bean, but this is going to be Draconic being bullied, or sorry, Notorious being bullied backwards off of this point as more and more kills going the way of Draconic. Draconic does have a couple of ults in their pocket. They do have that Big Bang combo ready to go, and Bean coming up on the Transcendence as well. Nate has his own Graviton, but Zealot, you know, the only other one, well, I guess a couple of other ults ready, getting close to coming up on both sides. So we're going to have a pretty ult-stacked fight coming in here. Black Soul, though, getting the first kill, taking that bang out of the Big Bang, and the Trance is able to stop this damage coming in, and Addison getting good kills, but kills going both ways as Icy brings in the Rocket Barrage. The res comes in for Zealot, able to bring his team back to life. We'll see whether it's enough, though. Kills still going both ways. Both teams have positioning on this point, but it does look like Notorious is going to be able to get the advantage here, pushing on to this point. Just going to be Tracer left alive here, finally taken out his Digital Sith, and
they bought around 30% for the score. Digital and HP coming in big for score-wise, and now one or two team fights left. Soundbarrier dropping in. They're pushing in hard. Nate's about to get picked off, and Soundbarrier does come out, but maybe a little bit too late. No, never mind. Two picks coming out for Notorious' side. Arctic Wolf is getting pressured by Dega, but does actually get away. But Addison getting Zila and Icy, two big picks coming in from Addison. Pulse Bomb not getting anything. And it's El Jacko and Black Soul against the World. They've got to take it down. They have to
Addison
reset.
coming in huge there at the end with a very good kill onto the Mercy with just some good primary fire, a good hook coming out, and then the whole hog just sending Jacko up into the corner. They've got one push left here on the side of Notorious, or we're going into map number 3. Digital Sith, this is going to be taken out here, so this is a chance for Notorious to push in. 95% though, they've got to get in on this point. Coming in now, Black Soul does have the whole hog ready to use here, and they're going to be pushing in, looking for a chance to use it. Jacko with a kill on the beam, though. Black Soul gets the kill. This is going to be them pushing in, and no resurrects here to save the side. No ults saving the side of Draconic. Draconic does have time for a couple of fights here, looking for a chance to come in. They've got a Transcendence. They've got Addison has his whole hog coming up. DGAF just barely got his Earth Shatter. So a bunch on the table here for Draconic. They should honestly take one Junkrush. Nah, they don't really have time for a Junkrush. They just got to come in here. Todd has to get this Graviton up quickly, and they have to make good use of it. 82% on the clock for Notorious. They're coming in here. Draconic trying to get back onto this point here, and the Trance coming out as they push in here. Black Soul gets the first point though onto HP, and the Grav comes out for this defending team along with the Rocket Barrage. Gonna be stopping this attack dead in its tracks. Draconic sent back to spawn, and Notorious taking map number 4 on Nepal, evening it up 2-2. And we're going the distance on Nepal. Draconic needs to win this next map. They really wanted to win that map and save themselves a little bit of heartache, but going all the way to the Sanctum, you know, it feels like every time I go to a map 5 on Nepal, it's always to Sanctum is the last one that I go to, and sticking with that trend yet again, here we are on Sanctum. Looking for Icy to continue putting work in on that Pharah, swapping back to that hero.
But if you're Notorious right now, you gotta feel pretty good. You're going back on Sanctum, the first round of the game where they performed amazingly. Icy was doing such a good job that Bean had to solo ult him on 76. You gotta feel really confident going into this on Notorious side.
Yep, so we will see a pretty similar comps coming out from both sides here.
Immediately.
Again, Icy with a massive use of that concussion blast, sending DGAF into the pit. Zealot getting a kill onto Digital Stiff, and I mean Beam getting a kill before being taken down himself. But first control rather, going the way of Notorious here, getting established on this point out of huge play out of Icy. I mean, Sanctum, a huge map for Pharah. Digital actually getting back in before the cap goes in, but Todd getting hooked into the hole, making good use of these environmental kills is the side of Notorious so far. Already with 2 of them on the map, and Icy another kill in the kill feed. You know, Digital's doing everything he can for this Draconic team, but not quite enough here, as first cap going over to Notorious. They are going to be ticking up control here.
But El Jackal back on the Tracer, and now them without a run, without a proper main tank. I am surprised how they are holding this for the simple fact they don't have a shield. You have to assume that they're gonna exploit this soon enough on the side of Draconic, and Addison diving in immediately along with the help of Giga and Digital, and Pulse Bomb coming in, but doesn't get anyone. Digital does get Z, but Beam going down at Nate. And both supports down on the side of Notorious. You have to assume that the fight's going to go on the side of Draconic.
Absolutely, and what we saw right there was exactly what you predicted. We saw they started to use the fact that they had a Reinhardt and decided Draconic did, and Notorious did not. They were able to push in behind that Reinhardt shield, and as a result, retake the point. They start ticking up a little bit of percentage on this point, up to 10% now, but 55% for the side of Notorious. And a bunch of volts on both sides, actually, ready to come in and make this next fight very interesting. A whole lot of fireworks on the scoreboard. Addison gonna dive in. He's got the Primal Rage, and here he is. He's gonna activate it, trying to see if he can knock anyone off the map here. Maybe just cause a little bit of chaos in the back line. DGAF getting the first kill with a Fire Strike, and then he's just gonna go in and start swinging the hammer after that Earth Shatter. Some good kills coming in from DGAF. Gonna be a team fight win for the side of Draconic, sending Notorious back into spawn. up to 40% on their control point now. But they had to use a couple of ults to get there. 3 ults still on the board for them, but 6 ults on the board for the side of Notorious. So definitely going to see a whole lot of fireworks in this next fight. This is going to be the fight where Notorious looks to come in and retake this point here.
And we're gonna fight all 6 ults online for Notorious and 4 ults online for the side of Draconic. You
Rocket
gotta
Barrage immediately coming in, but trades for both sides. Graviton comes in, just trying to make the side of Draconic a little bit more together, but they're unable to follow up on it. Jacko does get the follow-up finally on the Draconic Graviton, oddly enough, and they are able to retake this point. However, this long drawn-out fight definitely favoring Draconic on this point. Digital Sith just trying to delay a little bit longer, doing a very, very good job on the Tracer. Look at how long he's surviving here, getting all the way up to 90% on this control point for Draconic. So now they have they've got probably another 2 fights maybe if they're able to use their fights effectively to retake this point. Probably only 1 fight actually coming in here for 1 good fight, maybe another staggered fight after that, but they've got a bunch of ults ready to use here. They've got the Pulse Bomb and the Trance ready to go. So coming around again, taking advantage of this Rhyme Shield, but the kills going the way of Notorious right off the bat. So Draconic unable to take advantage of the Rhyme Shield, and they need to reset very quickly here so they have any chance of getting back in. 88%. Coming up to 90% on the point for Notorious, and we'll see whether Addison able to get in here in time. No, taken down before he's able to activate the Primal Rage. HP gonna be taken down as well, 99%, and they are able to touch the point and activate overtime, but it's just gonna be Bean. He is a squishy, left alone on the point. This is gonna be Notorious taking this series 2-0 after a nail biter on Nepal, to say the least. But Notorious taking the win 2-0 over Draconic. Good play out of both teams. I mean, I don't think it really was Draconic doing anything wrong necessarily, as it was this right here. Icy Suspect, just consistently 2 kills right off the bat there, getting the Mercy, getting Bean, just a huge play out of that Pharah. Icy Suspect, 35k damage done. We're seeing some massive play out of some of these carry DPS here.
Digital also going off. We called them out multiple times. 60%, 64 kills for his team. Tried his hardest, but sadly could not be done.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a lot to be said for Addison making the swap onto that Winston. It did change things up for a couple of rounds there. They brought it back and made it look interesting, but unfortunately unable to bring it back all the way, get that full reverse sweep, and Notorious taking Notorious taking the series, 2-0.
All right, so while we get the lobby and the map draft set up, we have Lionheart coming in for the winners brackets finals, and then we're gonna do then Addison's team, Draconic, is gonna verse not high class, One Trick off camera, and the winner of that is actually gonna face the winner of this, I believe.
Okay. So next game you're saying is gonna be Notorious versus Lionheart.
Yes, the next game that's coming up right now.
Okay.
All right, so I'm sorry, we have 3 more games. We have the winner of this game. We have the winner of the losers bracket that's going to be going off camera, and then the winners. I am so sorry. I am stumbling over my words. So we have. The losers go head-to-head. We're gonna have the winners head-to-head. The losers of the winners is gonna verse the winners of the losers bracket, and that is gonna be our final. The winners of
that makes sense. The winners of both brackets, correct. When we get to that final series, is it just going to be a best of 5, or is it going to be the type of thing where the losers have to
Best of
win
3.
two best of 3s?
It's going to be a best of 3. All right,
Okay, it's
while
just going
I
to be a best of
invite
3.
Lionheart in here and I don't stumble over my words.
Do we have our
Right.
map draft going on?
Yes, I am setting it up right now. Ooh.
Cool.
Birthday. Celebrate Lil tonight because she's going tomorrow. We can do this like.
Here we go. Notorious. The numbers are ready.
Or maybe
1-1,
I am.
7-2,
Sorry.
2-0. All right, and sending Rip's his link right now, and let's watch
Is
the.
that how you spell Lionheart or no?
Yes.
Yes, I believe so. Let me just check. Qualifiers. Yes, that is the spelling of Lionheart. Notorious ready, waiting on Lionheart to accept the invite and to ready up for this map draft.
Well, I guess before we get the map draft, we can talk about what we're expecting to see out of both teams. Obviously, we just watched Notorious play very, very effective dual DPS out of Jacko and Suspect for the most part. Did show that they're capable of making the swap. Jacko at one point taking over the Reinhardt and Black Soul swapping onto the Roadhog. But for the most part, we're going to see Jacko on the Tracer and Suspect on the Pharah. Throughout pretty much every sort of situation. They were running it on King's Row. They ran it on Nepal to great effect throughout most of the map. So definitely going to be a very aggressive dive kind of composition coming out of the side of Notorious for most of this. Lionheart, on the other hand, I mean, it seemed like last time it was kind of the Rip Snort show. Once they decided to swap him, they had a tough time getting things going out of the gate on Lijiang Tower. Then managed to make that reverse sweep and winning 3-2 based on the switch of Rip Snort. He started out, I believe, on the Reinhardt and then swapped onto the Roadhog and just absolutely went off on that hero. And then of course they were able to to win on King's Row as well. So, definitely looking to Rip Snort to put the team on his back yet again. Obviously, good play coming out from Alpha as well. He had some very, very clutch tactical visors. And I believe that was one that we had quite a bit of revives in as well. I may be incorrect, but I'll see. I'll see once the other healer gets in here. I'll be able to confirm or deny whether that was a res heavy one. Of course, we've seen a lot of clutch revives in all of our
Um,
series.
so word has just gotten to me that Icy McSpicy actually thought that that was the one game he had to play, and he actually left. He's driving home right now, and this might take roughly 10 minutes.
Ripperino.
Blight, do we have anything to play in the meantime, or no?
No.
Oh.
Well, I mean, do we at least have our map draft set up and everything? Can we do the map draft in the meantime, and then
Yeah, I guess we could show the map draft.
we
It
just
is actually going right now. Voskaya, Eichenwald, Watchpoint, Anubis getting banned immediately from Notorious, while Lionheart taking out Oasis, Elysian Tower, Ilios, and Dorado. No payload maps. Feels bad, man.
probably smart of Lionheart to remove a couple of those King of the Hill maps right off the bat, because it definitely seems like Notorious is very comfortable on those King of the Hill maps. It definitely suits their style very well. Both Tracer and Pharah being kind of mainstays on every King of the Hill map. So probably smart to avoid King of the Hill if Lionheart can get away with it.
Um. So while we wait for him, let's just talk about league starting this Saturday. Qualifiers for the final two spots. The winner of today and winner of tomorrow make it into the playoffs. We've got a big league for this entire month with the prize pool being funded by you guys, some of us from the staff members. Check out Maturino, donate some money to us. So Silent donated $10 already that I know of. Help out the community grow, help the competition grow, help us out. And also our amateur league. It hasn't been announced yet, but the amateur league is the open tournament for any team, and the top 6 teams from the amateur league will be thrown into the gauntlet for the next season. So if anybody's interested in playing in these qualifiers, playing in the tournament, playing for money, it is there. Details about the amateur league will be released later on this Friday for anyone to sign up. No limitations, no SR limits or anything like that.
Hello?
Hey, Blake. Oh, rip. But
So, do we have a finalized map draft rather for our next matchup here?
yes, we do. We are going to first Nepal, which is already pre-selected, then Kings Row, then Hollywood.
I'm sorry.
So
What was this?
I'm
What was the
real
second map?
Kings Row. I'm really hoping we go to the third map, Hollywood being one of my favorites. Really hoping for this. And how do you feel about Rip Snort versus Icy? The Hog versus the Farah battle in this upcoming match.
Well, we did see Rip Snort was challenged with a good Farah on the side of One Trick. I'm spacing on who that Farah was, what their tag was, but Rip Snort swapping onto that Roadhog as well as Alpha with the Soldier 76, they were able to deal with the Farah very effectively. So we'll see whether they're able to do the same thing with Icy. Icy, obviously, a very, very good Farah. But this other Farah from One Trick, I'm completely spacing on the name, but very, very good Farah as well.
Delirium.
So Delirium, exactly, Delirium. So you saw Delirium for the first couple of rounds of that Lijiang Tower carrying the side of One Trick on the back of very good Farah play. And then as soon as that swap came up where Rip Snort was on the Roadhog and Alpha was on the Soldier 76, they just absolutely shut down Delirium. They shut down the entire side of One Trick. So definitely they have an answer to the Farah. It's just a question of whether they're able. Honestly, the real challenging part of dealing with a team like Notorious is the fact that not only do they have a talented Farah, not only do they have a talented Tracer, but they have Black Soul, who is a very talented Lionheart and is able to hit his pins, able to hit his fire strikes, hits very, very good Earth Shatters. They have Nate, who is constantly at a high charge and is able to just completely melt through anyone in front of them. And of course, they have Zealot, who is constantly hitting clutch revives and damage boosting the Farah and whoever else needs it. So both teams very formidable. Both have something that the other team hasn't quite proven that they're capable of dealing with yet. So definitely going to be an interesting series. I hope we go to 3 maps. I love me some Hollywood too, but I also just love me some good Overwatch, and we definitely got that out of our first 2 series of the night so far. Looking for some more coming into our last one. Or last one. Last few. What am I saying? Last one.
And as we wait for Lionheart's final 2, waiting for Icy to get home, it should be around like any 2 minutes now.
It's going to be confusing on which one we call Icy. I guess it's going to be What was the other part of his name?
Icy McSpicy. So we might
Icy
have to refer.
McSpace. So I think it'd be Icy and Suspect. I think that would probably be the.
Are the names
It's like
being shown as I change them?
it's like Super and Super Pluke. Problem.
Um, nah, did you see what I wrote before it?
No, I didn't. I didn't see that.
Uh, Blight, do you want to talk about your feelings?
They can't hear me.
I don't care. I want to know about your feelings. I'll relay the message to them.
Wow. MVP of our stream team today here is Oblight running the camera for you guys. Doesn't want to share his beautiful, sexy voice with you guys, but you
Well, we
know,
can't. It's not even if he wants to or not.
well, whatever, man.
But well, big shout out and thanks to Oblai for being here and dealing with this error with us.
Hey, I'll throw right now.
Oh.
Blight being the sexiest man alive. You guys heard it here first.
And Cake. That was the Mercy's name for the side of Lionheart. Cake with those clutch revives. This might be another battle of the Mercies. As much you know, it seems like ever since this most recent Ana nerf, Mercy was still prevalent before on console, but I think definitely after the most recent Ana nerf, Ana has seen an even further downgrade in the amount of playtime she's getting on console, and in most of my competitive games, at least, it's been all Mercy all the time. So, you know, and in a lot of these games that and tournaments that I've cast since the Ana nerf as well, it's been all Mercy. So, I I get kind of, you know, it isn't the most.
Mercy, definitely a very interesting support to watch. For the simple fact that every Mercy is very different in almost sense. Some like jumping right in, being right next to their tanks. Um, Gold is disconnected. There goes my co-caster. Hmm. This is interesting. Thank you for coming back. Like really.
Yeah, I luckily didn't get like fully DC'd. It just kicked me out to the main menu and out of the party. So I'm back. Oh, what am I doing?
Alright, and Alpha J is wait, how many more do we have? Alpha J. Well, Alpha, assuming you're in the stream, if you win this game, you have one more game to play. But however, if you lose this game,
Talk
you
about how much time he has left.
no, it's like how many more do we have? He didn't say time, but I don't know. He didn't say time, but
I don't
I'm
know,
not.
dude. Just
I'm waiting for the go from Brett. If Brett says they're disqualified, they've taken too long, they've breached the rules, I'll move them out. I don't know how long it's been. Brett, give us some clarification in the Discord. He is. Oh wait,
Fucking
no, he's not.
commercials for 15
Yo,
minutes.
Sauce, you need to tell us.
Sauce, where's the timer?
Sauce, you're the tournament admin. You need to give us a call. Are they disqualified? Waiting on Sauce's word. You gotta hurry. Sauce, make a decision.
This is a community.
10 minutes.
Sauce is eating ass. He isn't gonna answer. Oh my god.
Bro.
At 9:04, if he's not here.
Alright.
Yeah, I mean,
So he's got 4 minutes to get in the lobby before they're disqualified.
it is unfortunate that he left. You know, didn't know that he was supposed to play for the. I guess maybe we didn't explain well to him what was going on tonight or what the deal was, but.
Get a sub ready. So if you guys can get a sub, you guys can bring him in. But if it hits 9:04, you guys are disqualified.
9:03. 9:03 is 15 minutes. Last game ended.
Icy is home, so he is running to his room. He's got 2 minutes to turn it on and get in here. Not 2, 3 minutes.
He's already home. He's already home.
Yeah,
I
he
think.
is home. He's powering everything up, and he's getting in here right now as we speak.
He should be good then. It's only 6:01. You guys got 3 hours.
Alright, at 9:03, not 9:04. 9:03 and a half.
Oh my God! Don't do that! Don't
No,
do the
it's
man
9:02
dirty like
It's
that.
9:02 now. 9:02 now.
I know you're right. It has been. DQ. Everyone's yelling DQ.
He's online. He is online. Chill the F out. But is he in game? Ooh, Bear Shark coming in with the good questions.
Hey, so crazy weather we've been having.
He is online,
What?
so I mean, maybe getting invited right now. I don't know if you can invite him, Mega, to.
I don't have him at it. It's all up
Okay.
onto Lionheart to get him in here.
But yeah, he is online. So
Alright, I'm gonna count to 30 if he's not. 1,
Blight, you're throwing.
4, 5,
Blight.
6, 7, 8.
You have to invite. No, I don't. It's invite only, but anybody in the lobby can invite.
12,
Hawks?
13, 14,
are they?
15,
They invited Ginger.
8, 20, 21.
They got Ginger. They got Ginger. They got a sub.
I don't care, start it now.
They got a sub. Don't care.
Traveling to Nepal.
Send Fargo and invite. Shit's a forfeit. Yo, Brett was about to give him another minute.
Made it with 8 seconds. Well, they did manage to find a sub. Ginger Avenger going to be coming in for the side of which side is that again?
Ginger
That's
Avenger.
Lionheart.
A
That is
good ride,
Lionheart.
but can you replace Icy McSpicy on short notice without any preparation?
No, Icy cannot be subbed in.
I will.
What?
Series or tourney? He
Is
can
that
come
Brett
in
or
after
you
the
saying?
series. Okay, after the series.
Oh,
But
alright.
both teams getting set up off the bat here. It does look like Lionheart's going to be going with a pretty aggressive dive comp if they're sticking with what they're on right now. Ginger playing the Winston coming off the bench for them. And then they've got the triple DPS with, Pharah, Genji, Tracer, followed up by Lucio and Mercy for the supports. On the side of Notorious, they have pretty much the same composition they were running last time. They're actually not running a Reinhardt again, but Icy Suspect and Jacko on the DPS, Pharah and Tracer respectively, Nate on Zarya, Black Soul on Roadhog, and the same support combo as the other side. We are going to see the dueling Mercies. Both teams really just trying to get established on the point right here. Icy Suspect going to be the first to fall, taken down by some good focus from Ginger Avenger, but Cesar going to be taken down by Black Soul. So both teams getting a kill, getting established on the point a little bit, but more kills going the way of Lionheart right now. Actually, trades still coming in from both sides. They allowed Icy Suspect to get back into this fight. So now I would say that the advantage is definitely going a little bit the way of Notorious. Notorious able to get a couple other kills coming in, and yeah, they are going to be able to establish control on this point. Icy Suspect able to come back from spawn after being taken out early on, and manages to make it back and get some clutch rockets in to win that initial team fight. And here we see out of the side of Lionheart running the same composition they started with last time, but again, Rip Snort on the Pharah, not on that Roadhog. Does get a kill right now, so maybe, you know, maybe making me eat my words before I say them, but Cesar with the Dragon Blade and Rip Snort with the Rocket Barrage are able to get a little bit of stuff going, but not able to take out that Mercy yet. Zealot, very important kill for them to get if they want to permanently win this fight, and still alive in the backline, and does manage to get that Resurrect off before the point flips over. So Zealot gonna keep their team in the fight. Notorious holding on to this point and continuing to build up control percentage. And yeah, this is going to be a hold for Notorious. Definitely going to want to see Lionheart back off and come back in as a full team here rather than continuing to stagger on this point.
So they were looking very strong on the triple tank. Their dive pop looking very questionable, and going up against, again, they don't have a Reinhardt, but neither does the side of Lionheart. They don't have a Reinhardt either, so they can't push in and take advantage. With Roadhog being so strong against Winston, and Winston being their only tank, you've got to assume that they have to eventually switch to triple tank.
Yeah, you know, Roadhog definitely still very good against Winston, but I mean, it doesn't matter whether Roadhog is good because Jacko just is good against pretty much everything and able to continually contribute to his team. Ripsnort does get a kill of his own, and I mean, the res is available for the side of Lionheart, so we will look for that to come in, but Cake very, very weak. Cake taken out before being able to use the res. Unable to use the res that entire round is Cake, and I mean, again, you know, that's the entire point of that Mercy pick.
So with that being happened, how do you feel about this? Do you feel like how amazing Rip did play on the Hog? He is gonna switch to it. Do you felt like that should have been something they started with, or do you feel like, the Pharah was understandable why they picked her?
I feel like going out on that full dive comp is always a good call right off the bat. You can test the other team, you can go in very aggressively, you kind of test yourselves as well, test your own coordination, and if it's really on point, you can really quickly snowball those fights and win them very easily, but they just didn't have the coordination they needed, so they're going to go over to the composition that worked for them last time. Definitely looking for Ripsnort to come in big with these hooks again. Looking forward to it. Black Soul, however, swapping onto the Reinhardt as well, so both teams going to be engaging in this Rhine Shield battle right off the bat. Actually, Ripsnort nowhere to be found right now, not with his team and helping with that Rhine battle, but comes back just in time to help with that kill on Black Soul. So it does look like, you know, a little bit of positional advantage going the way of Notorious right off the bat there, but yeah, no, the kills all going the way of Lionheart. Icy's able to get a kill, but Jacko doing his best to continue on here, and Icy does kill Ripsnort. They do trade out there. Look at Jacko. Jacko has a pulse bomb already. He's managed to stay alive long enough for Black Soul to get back in here. Both teams' tracers going in, but Alpha's the one that falls. Jacko survived that entire time on the point, managing to keep his team in the fight, and they all come back here. Notorious coming out with the first control of this Sanctum, and incredible play by Jacko there on the tracer, able to stay alive and delay it long enough. Taken out immediately by Rip Snort coming in here though.
And honestly, like with how insane like El Jacko is playing right now, pressure's onto Rip Snort that he's gonna land that hook onto El Jacko. Alpha needs to step his game up for the fact that El Jacko is going off insane right now. He's back already. And they still haven't taken the point. They've just taken it back at 30% to 0. El Jacko 3 picks out, Mercy gone, 4 picks now. They have to back away, with the Mercy being one of those picks, and El Creepo too.
And that was massive. Jacko came back into that fight, managed to take out the Mercy first, it takes out his counterpart on Alpha, and then just goes back in through the rest of the fight and just lays down damage on the rest of the team. I mean, just incredible play on that tracer coming out from Jacko. Of course, Alpha getting the first kill here, and the tactical coming out from Cesar, able to take down Farah. Luckily, taking down Zealot as well. So, no resurrect on the side of Notorious here, and Lionheart looking like they're going to be able to retake the point. Nearly 58% on the point for Notorious, ticking up from 15% for Lionheart now. Notorious got a lot of time, got ultimates on the board already. They could come back in and retake now, or they could wait and bait out a couple of ultimates from the side, but it looks like they're going to be able to come back in right now. Black Soul getting that kill onto Alpha right off the bat, and the Earth Shatter taking down 2. Able to get the kill on the Rip Snort, taking him out of the fight, and Ginger soon to follow. But the Resurrect comes in, and look, this whole hog gonna come out from Rip Snort, looking to knock people off the map here, able to knock Nate into the pit, but not getting much more out of that. Ginger gonna have to take out Zealot here, does take his Zealot down, no Resurrect, good kills there. A nice delayed fight there coming out from Lionheart, able to hold up to 50% now on the point for them. Of course, they had to use all of their ultimates there, and 3 ultimates ready for the side of Notorious coming into this next fight. You think that's going to be enough for them to break in here, Mega?
To break in, yes, but the question is to keep, because, well, that's a nice way to start off. Caesar going off, you have to assume that they're going to push in. Rez is not up, it's halfway up, and Cake is actually low in danger of dying, but Ryan does get taken out, but Rip has been continuously actually killing El Jacko. I said that Rip needed to step up, needed to contest El Jacko, and he has been. And pressure is now on the Caesar and Alpha that they can do their job and take out Icy to give room to Ginger so he can get into the Ryan battle with Black Soul. And as this goes on, the ultimate advantage right now in the side of Lionheart, with both support ults coming out, Caesar killing Icy, Sound Barrier coming out, they're pushing in as we come right now, and
this fight definitely going the way of Lionheart, gonna be sending Black Soul down into the pit after Mandata's gold. And I mean, really one push left here for the side of Notorious. They're going to try to get in here. They should be able to touch the point before the overtime comes up. Jacko going to be coming from the backside of the point, blinking in, trying to get in there. They are able to touch. Overtime is triggered, but wow, good whole hog coming in from Rip Snort. The res is available though, so Zealot gonna be target number 1 here for the side of Lionheart, and I'm not sure they're gonna be able to take Zealot down. Zealot does go down though, so no res available for Notorious. Lionheart does have the advantage here because they do lose the point, but the res comes in, kills, gonna continue going their way, hopefully, but of course, the boof coming in, more kills coming in for Notorious. They had the numbers disadvantage. The Earth Shatter comes in. Huge Shatter does turn it back the other way, but it's still a presence on the point for both sides. Lionheart needs to flip this back their way. Icy comes in with a huge rocket barrage, takes down Mercy, And I mean, this fight's still going on. Icy's still putting in work. Lucio coming back in on the point, trying to keep Ginger alive, but Ginger getting focused down here. A nice swing of the hammer, takes down Jacko, but no, they got off the point. Ginger gets off the point, and it goes the way of Notorious, going up 2-0 on this point. Oh no. Why do people keep getting off of the objective? Why is this a thing that keeps happening in Overwatch after this long? Oh no.
But with how that map was played, especially with the fact that they went into that round with, they made the switch and then they went into the disadvantage, had that switches come out a little bit earlier, maybe at the beginning of the round, would have been way better for them. I'm really looking at Village being the map that they take to turn around the series right now. And Gold, please tell me you're still with me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Are you with us?
Or something, but
well, Jacko immediately with 2 picks, regardless of the fact that Alpha took out the Rhine. Icy getting another 3 picks onto the side of Notorious. They're gonna be pushing Lionheart back for now, and as the point unlocks, they're gonna take it. Lucio's just taking a nice little seat on it.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Am I perfectly clear?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I don't know what the deal was there, but bad internet is bad. Anyways, both teams trying to get pushing back in here is the side of Lionheart. They do get a couple of kills here right off the bat, but both teams contributing to this kill feed right now. We're seeing a whole lot of Rip Snort here as he is putting the side of Lionheart on his back and, you know, continually pushing in. Jacko, though, still a threat on this point, finally taking down Alpha and Rip Snort there, contributing. Sorry about that momentary disconnect there. Not sure what happened. But Rip Snort coming up with the whole hog. Jacko and Black Soul, though, on the side of Notorious, looking to combine their couple of ults, maybe. But they will be pushing right into a whole hog right off the bat here. It might have been a little bit early on that usage, but both teams trading out kills. Rip Snort actually going to be the first to fall. And Icy quickly taking out the rest of the back line of Lionheart. So without that Mercy res, Cake 91% on the res, but unable to get it up in time. So that's gonna be Notorious flipping this spawn back. And you know, without Rip Snort in the fight, I think it quickly deteriorates for the side of Lionheart. But gonna be coming back in here. They do have a couple of ults at their disposal, 3-4 online now actually, including that very important Resurrect. They're actually going to rotate around bottom side and just try to push straight onto the point. But Graviton comes up, picking up all of the back lines, taking out the support and Soldier 76. So definitely going to split this this Lionheart team in half. And very good use of the ult there out of Nate to capitalize on that poor positioning coming out of Lionheart pushing in there. But again, Lionheart with a huge ultimate advantage, but pushing into a Transcendence out of Zealot and Jacko with a Pulse Bomb, putting an end to that fight before it even starts. Jacko, again, coming in huge. Black Soul with a nice pin, but Jacko is gotta be the MVP so far on this map. But kind of a questionable use of this blade. Does manage to get 2 actually for Cesar, but not really a whole lot of follow-up there, although Rip Snort does get a kill of his own, so maybe this might actually, yeah, this does look like it's going to be a chance for Lionheart to push in. They have the numbers on this point regardless of the ultimates being used here, so yeah, they do manage to take down Zealot after the Transcendence and Black Soul.
Very questionable Transcendence. They were around 86%. Regardless of whether they lost or not, it would have been one more fight and over. A very questionable Transcendence coming from Zealot just to buy like 6 more percentage.
Right, but either way, they are going to come in. They have 3 ults online, another couple of them very close, and they've got time here. They could come in for a junk rush if they come in quickly. We'll see whether they manage to do that. Coming in up on 65%, however, for the side of Lionheart, not giving them a whole lot of time. So they don't want to make a move in here quickly, and they do. Jacko getting the first pick onto Ginger. However, with Cake still alive, this fight could turn around at any time. Cake getting low though. Cake taken out there, and that is going to be Notorious taking the point, I think. Yep, they finally take out Cesar. Notorious takes the point, takes the map, and they go up 1-0 in the series against Lionheart.
And even though the score was 3-0, all 3 of those rounds were a lot closer than the scoreboard will show.
Yeah, not as much the first round, but the second and third round, once we saw Rip switch onto this Roadhog, they definitely put up a fight. But I mean, this first, the Sanctum ultimately comes down to at the end they got off the point. You know, Ginger got off the point, and you can't do that. When you're in overtime, when it's coming down to that, you absolutely can't do that. So I will see whether they end up regretting that moving forward. Of course, let me take a look back through my notes here. Yes, Lionheart was able to take away Kings Row last time they came up on it. So of course, so was Notorious. Both teams able to win Kings Row last time, but yeah, we did see a full hold out of the side of Lionheart last time, so maybe they will be able to do that again this time. Of course, they did not have a strong dive coming out from Notorious last time. We'll definitely see Jacko and Icy Suspect trying to get onto the back lines of Lionheart on this defense here. So which team will come out on top? We will find out here as we get going on Kings Row.
I'm going to have to give the advantage going into this. Rip team for this, depending on how Ginger plays this, because they full held Excel's team one trick, which not exactly, but very similarly played like how Team Notorious is playing right now with the Pharmacy Tracer. So they are used to that play style, specifically on this map today, and they full held them. Rip is immediately going to play on the Roadhog, so he's not playing around anymore, which I'm happy he is, with how amazing his Roadhog has been today. A lot of pressure is going to be on, I would say, El Jacko. While Roadhog's this great character, it's very easy to farm Roadhog as it is. Very common thing for Tracers to do is to farm off the Roadhog, and we're gonna get a pause real quick to let Cake join right back in. And El Jacko, I'm suspecting that this is the game plan for the side of Notorious, where El Jacko is gonna farm off Snort and then post bomb Ginger and take him out of the game every single time.
Well, that definitely seemed to be the game plan last time, as whether it was Ginger or somebody else, Jacko able to have that pulse bomb up and ready in pretty much every team fight, and picking off important targets. Shutting down the Mercy before they can even get in and start the fight. Able to pick off, as you said, Ginger more times than I can count. But yeah, definitely a huge factor is going to be Jacko. And especially on this attack, whether if Black Soul decides to do the same thing that they did on their attack versus Draconic, which was just a straight dive right in, was the way that he decided to play it. If they do that again and they have the follow-up from Jacko and Suspect, they should be able to crack open this point very quickly. But we will look to Rip Snort to put a stop to that as we get started here on Kings Row. Both teams, yeah, same plan. Black Soul dives right in, but this time he's met by a Zarya bubble. So, not going to have the same Suspect, as Rip Snort going to be chasing down Black Soul in this back room. Probably going to get the best of him eventually, but in the meantime, the kill's going the way of Notorious. It took so long, and actually Black Soul escapes that. Wow, Rip Snort really actually falling short there. He had Black Soul completely isolated in the back room of the hotel and was completely unable to capitalize on that and finish the kill. So an early capture going the way of Notorious here, as they're going to be pushing into Streets phase of King's Row with 5.5 minutes here on the clock. Icy Suspect already getting some split spawn, getting the kill onto Alpha in the back line, and still staying alive somehow. I'm not sure how the side of Lionheart isn't taking Notorious or taking Icy Suspect out of the sky, but you know, Icy doing a very good job of staying alive. Notorious doing a good job keeping him alive, and they're going to keep this payload moving on forward as we move forward towards our first fight of this Streets phase. And that's actually going to be a huge pick for this Lionheart defense. Caesar taking down Arctic Wolf. Definitely going to be looking for ult to come in now, but no! Jacko and Zealot getting kills with both of them. The res comes in, but Ginger taken out immediately afterward is going to mean there's no shielding there for the side of Lionheart. Notorious continues to push forward. Alpha able to get a couple kills, but not enough really, as he is going to be taken down as well by Jacko. And that payload really didn't stop throughout that entire Streets phase. So Notorious pushing it into this second checkpoint. Maybe not quite there yet. Maybe a chance here for Lionheart to contest in time. Although, no, I don't think so. Notorious going to push it all the way through. 5:55 minutes left on the clock here. Coming into this last phase, trying to finish off the map of Cruise Row with a whole lot of time left on the clock. I mean, a lot of ults on the side of Lionheart ready to stop this, but we'll see whether they're able to do it. The early engage with the sound barrier comes out, and they are going to stop the payload finally. Alpha does get a kill out on the Nate, but you know, all this is slowing them down. A whole lot of ultimates ready on both sides still. And I mean, this next fight, expect to see a whole lot of fireworks. Do you think this is going to be the stall? Do you think they've got any chance of holding them out here, or what's going to happen here?
Well, with Caesar getting kicked off, it really depends on how quick is everyone else going to die. Because Caesar's, if they start getting split spawn like they are right now, Caesar just came back and McCree goes down immediately. If they're going to continuously getting split spawn, there's no chance for holding this. They're just going to keep trickling, especially against the Zenyatta, which is going to completely make them collapse. Everything's right now on that res.
Grabs come in for both sides. The trance comes in for the attackers, though. That's going to keep them moving up. And no, Mercy goes down. Cake dies on that Mercy. Huge, but good ults coming out from both of the DPS of this Lionheart team. Tactical Visor especially taking down a couple members of this attack. And, well, I mean, Alpha is going to be taken down as well, but kind of too little too late. Zealot taken down, Nate taken down as well. But, I mean, still, 4 minutes left. Yeah, finally Lionheart able to stabilize on this point, but 4 minutes left for Notorious. They have a lot of time left to decide what they want to do here and punch it. You know, it's just a few meters away from finishing out this map.
Barrage. So
yeah, he is ready to go here. Black Soul with an Earth Shatter and Sound Barrier ready to go here for the initiation for Notorious. They have everyone together, so let's look for what they want to do here. Might be best to go with a Junk Rush and just try to bait an ult or two out of the defense, and they do manage to get that Earth Shatter out. And Ginger charges off the map! That is going to be huge! But actually, oh wow, good ult, good Sound Barrier, keeping the defense alive here, and Cesar getting a kill. I mean, Creepy does get taken down here, but you know, you're right. No one's touching the cart right now. Ginger gonna come back out,
back.
But Jacko
gets booted.
He goes off the map again. Ginger cannot stay alive on the map right now. Cake gonna have to get this res off. Cake does get the res in. Finally, but Alpha taken out immediately afterwards, going to give this attacking team another chance on this payload. And Cesar taking a dip off of the map as well. This is going to be the attacking team getting another kill. Whipsnort taken down. They still have a few members alive for the side of Notorious, but that is going to be Cake taken down as well. No healing really left on this point. Alpha going to use the Tactical Visor at the last minute, trying to stay alive, but not able to. Cesar going to need to come in clutch, but going to be taken down. Ripsnort doing what he can, but he is the last member alive on this McCree. That Glass Cowboy taken down very quickly. Ginger switching onto Winston, just trying to delay as long as he can, but taken down very quickly. Cake coming back out on the Diva and Alpha on the Tracer. Whole lot of delay coming out for the defense here, but not really able to do much. Alpha actually gets a kill onto Arctic, and the defense does start getting some kills coming in here. They do manage to take out Nate, and the kill coming in. Ripsnort with a huge Jedi manages to stabilize here. 2 minutes left on the clock for the defense to stop here. Notorious not with a whole lot left, but holy cow, very good delay coming in from the defense there. And I mean, for a second there, it looked like we were on a 2CP map, but you know, the delay comes in. Notorious able to get staggered out, and now they're coming in with a minute and a half left. Only one ult on the table, and that's going to be Icy Suspect here, coming in for this last couple of fights.
Icy Suspect flying in around. He's going to be trying to go in the back line. Two members he's looking at. He's looking at the McCree and the Soldier who are by themselves. They pay attention. Rip luckily gets them at the end, but nobody's contesting. They're about to get it, and everyone I don't want to say forgot, but it didn't seem like anybody focused. Everyone just got hyped up into killing.
Right. What happened was Cesar got taken down pretty early, and he was down near the payload. But at that point, that was the sign to go for Notorious. They jumped in and were able to push the side of Lionheart back off of the payload. And rather than fighting on the payload, even if you're gonna die on the payload, you just fight on the payload at that last minute. And hope that you've got your Alpha and I think it was Ripsnort who was on the McCree at the very end. Hope that you have them in an area where they can put the damage on that needs to come on. But instead, all of the members of Lionheart get off of the payload and they're cleaned up over on the side instead. And Notorious just pushed it right in for free. Minute 19 on the time bank for Notorious here. Definitely a formidable amount of time in King's Row. But I've seen teams complete it faster, so not counting Lionheart out of this just yet, but they certainly need to have an answer still for El Jacko on this Tracer. We're seeing very good play out of Icy Suspect on the Pharah again as well, but I think MVP for this map absolutely has to be Jacko on that Tracer, just doing everything he can to keep that ultimate farmed up, putting an immense amount of pressure on the back line. Cake dying several times trying to come in and get that resurrect off, and Jacko just doing his job to a T on that Tracer. Look to see whether Lionheart can fix that coming into their attacking phase here.
And as this match does begin, player of the match right now, on the side of Lionheart, because I feel like we're focusing too much on Notorious, not giving enough credit, has to be Ripsnort. When they did that big push and then started playing the map like a 2CP, Ripsnort was the one who brought it back. And I feel like this map so far series, he's been quiet on King's Row, but definitely the player to watch, I feel.
Absolutely. That entire fight kind of evolving the way that King's Row often does. Attackers pushing in, trading out kills here and there, managing to come out on top. Icy Suspect doing a lot of work on that Pharah throughout the fight, but I think a lot of the problem was that the ground war from the attacking, especially with the Winston jumping in on top of everyone that Ripsnort was hitting, they were just able to finish the kills off a lot faster than Icy Suspect was able to. So they do manage to take first point here. Gonna start pushing into second. No ult on the table for either team just yet, but Alpha actually getting pretty close to that Graviton already. But Ripsnort immediately taken out of the sky by a nice hook from Nate. Nate's gonna take a breather and push back onto the point here, and they are probably they're gonna keep pushing in, getting very aggressive on this objective, not letting Lionheart stay up here, and forcing a full regroup out of Lionheart. Oh, definitely a questionable ultimate coming out from Ripstar. Well, the res comes in as well. I'm not sure about what's happening here. Res is coming in from both sides. Yeah, I definitely think this favors the defense still. I'm not sure why Cake committed that Resurrect. I'm not sure why Ripstar committed that that Rocket Barrage. And now you look at the ultimates, and it is 100% favoring the side of Notorious. They're slowly but surely working down the side of Lionheart's time, just baiting out 1 or 2 ultimates at a time and only using 1 ultimate of their own to push these fights back.
But that's actually one problem I do find with having so many ults sometimes, is that people overestimate and El Jacko throws his ult and people start wasting ults. 3 ults went into that fight and they didn't win it. They're pushing
That
it.
is exactly what happened there. The ults went out, but there wasn't a whole lot of follow-up on the ults. And Lionheart just able to back up and sustain themselves through them, get control of the point, and actually doing a good job of zoning right now. So going to make it difficult for Notorious to get back out here in time. They do manage to make it out in time, and getting a kill on the Ripstar immediately going to be huge. Cesar evening the odds a little bit, but these hooks coming in from Nate have been massive this game. The fight is completely even so far, but Icy Suspect really needs to be dealt with, because fight after fight, able to just continue putting on damage into these late fights and turning the tides his team's way. However, Ginger taking down Arctic Wolf on that Lucio, and yes, the tactical advisor comes in, able to finally take out Icy once the aim is done for you, and yep, kills continue coming in for Lionheart. They're probably going to push this in. Yep, that's going to be, well, they managed to push it in. Black Soul taking Ginger for a ride, but also getting off of the payload, allowing Lionheart to push it in. And 4 minutes on the clock for them, so they do have a chance here. A whole lot of ultimates on the table for the side of Lionheart, and if they initiate quicker than the side of Notorious here, there's a chance that they can take this without having a real fight for the side of Notorious. But Notorious earth-shattering quickly, taking Alpha out. That is the initiation pretty much gone from the side of Lionheart. They waited way too long here. Now Lionheart going to be wiped backwards into their spawn. A full 30 seconds or so going to be wiped off of the time clock here. Ginger probably just needs to back up and regroup with his team. Not sure what they're waiting for, but we saw out of Alpha, he hesitated to use that Graviton there. I think he was waiting to get the Mercy in it, which is a smart idea, but by hesitating, he allowed the Earthshatter from Black Soul to come in and knock his team down, and as a result, taken out of the fight before they were able to initiate onto this defending team, and definitely going to be looking for them to do it a little bit quicker this time. But again, taking that out of the fight, but no, Alpha actually able to get the kills this time. Looking for this Mercy, Zealot up in the cubby up top here, but Grab finally comes in, but unable to get anything. The counter Rocket Barrage from Icy Suspect comes in, and they end up winning this fight. The Notorious defense ends up taking out all of the ults from Lionheart, outlasting them, and managing to come out on top, actually with 2 ults of their own coming into this next fight. So Notorious doing a very good job here of wasting the time of Lionheart, and Lionheart, I'm not sure whether they're going to be able to break through this defense. What do you think, Mega?
Well, I want to look at one thing. I want to look at Cake. Cake has been holding on to res for a really long time, for the simple fact that she's been getting picked off. Seer Heath has been getting picked off in the back line while no one is paying attention by El Jacko. Even now, she is staying with the fair, so luckily she does get to stay alive, but majority of the time,
for the side of Lionheart, it doesn't seem to matter so much right now, as they are picking up kills left and right. Now it's going to be time for them to really start initiating. They need to get in here and clear out this space before the side of Notorious comes back out. They do lose Cesar, but kills still going for Lionheart. Only the Resurrect for Cake is up, and they're definitely going to want to take out Zealot before that Resurrect can come up for him. Zealot getting very weak and finally is going to be taken out, so they have a chance to complete this map here if they're clearing out quick enough. Black Soul does get the Earthshatter, but shattered down himself, and good Earthshatter there coming in from Ginger Avengers at the end, able to clear out the map and actually finish with slightly more time in their time bank than Notorious. So Kings Row just got a heck of a lot more interesting here. Lionheart needs to come out on top here in order to keep the series going and go on to our third map, but they managed to make it look like they've got a chance to do so, taking a bit of an advantage in the time bank.
I am actually surprised though. I'm gonna admit it with how they did take it because Cake held on to her res for roughly 3 minutes and continued holding it. She didn't even use it. Even at the end of the fight, Cake still had his jetty. It doesn't look like it matters much to Lionheart. They just absolutely steamrolled that and staggered them perfectly.
Yeah, they effectively managed to win that. I don't think Cake actually used the res throughout the entire attacking turn. Now that I'm thinking about it, so you know they managed to win that entire attack without using one of their support ultimates. And I mean, not only is that incredible, but again, it begs the question: why not run an Ana? Why not run a Zenyatta? You know, why not run something other than that Mercy that I mean, I think teams tend to just rely on it way too much. But anyways, we will see the second attack here coming out of Notorious. They've got a minute and some change on the clock trying to get broken into this first point. Very aggressive dive coming out, of course, out of this team. Jacko already 75% up to that pulse bomb. But the first kill going the way of the defenders as Alpha getting a kill. Ripsnort, though, taken down as well as Cesar. So Notorious does have the ability to get a bit of some trades going here, and of course trades very much favoring this attacking team here, and they are going to continue getting these trades. Notorious are going to establish themselves on this objective first here, but as long as Lionheart is smart and doesn't get split spawned here, they will be able to challenge this very quickly. And if they wait, you know, by the time these 30 seconds are up, I think the cart will have come out of the garage and might be coming through this first archway. So as long as they're smart and know that that is going to be devastating. Cesar being taken down early on here. So Lionheart not going to be able to have a full regroup unless Ripsnort able to get this kill, but not able to. That's Kate going down as well. 2 huge picks. 3 huge kills coming out of the side of Notorious here as they're looking to stagger Lionheart through this second phase, and they are going to continue pushing it forward. Jacko finally going down, but that's not going to matter. This payload moving forward, we are in overtime, but all they need is to keep one person on the payload, keep this moving forward here, and unless Lionheart can regroup as a full 6 and take and win a team fight, you know, it's not going to matter. They are finally regrouping, but the Graviton comes out. I don't know if there's going to be the follow-up there to get it, but 2 people going down. Cake has to use that revive, has to. Ripsnort with the kill on the Black Soul might give them a chance to come in, finally taking down Jacko as well. But this Trance looking to stop any of the follow-up damage on this, but no, Ripsnort comes in with the whole hog. This does look like Lionheart finally able to get reestablished on this point, stabilize just before that second objective, but very good push from Notorious. And you know, Lionheart, I saw it happening as soon as that first point, you could tell it was already leaving, but Cesar turned the corner and started to lay in a little bit of fire even though they had already lost the point. And at that point, he's just got to run backwards and regroup with the rest of his team there rather than trying to challenge that first objective. What's going on here?
What?
Oh, sorry. Okay, Cesar. It's spelled more like the Mexican or Spanish pronunciation would be, but Caesar. Okay. Either way, definitely opened up a little bit of danger for his team there by getting picked off early on. Gonna take a lot out of the side of Lionheart here in order to beat that attack from Notorious. They do have a little bit more time, but a minute 28 is not that much time. I mean, their first attack has to be successful, and they really don't have that much room for error once they start getting into the overtime push. So, I mean, what do you think, Mega? What do you think they're going to need to do in order to make this work?
Well, for defense, I feel like not running a Rhine is questionable, but they're not running Rhine either. If right now, I would say check out their comp, try to find out that problem, and switch back. But nope, Ginger already diving in. He's already on the Zarya. He's looking for help from Mercy. Mercy is healing him. Hog does go down, and the pressure is now on. Zarya is fully charged on the Winston. Nobody is focusing her. Just letting her go to backline. Icy picking them off. But you know what? The good thing about them, they still have time. They all got wiped really quick. I don't know how I feel about the Winston. Like, they don't have a Rhine.
Yeah, I mean, the Winston can work, but they are playing it into Black Soul on this Roadhog. And, you know, I was really excited there right off the back. They all took off Black Soul immediately, but he's able to make it back into the fight, and he's actually going to, well, actually not being that much of a factor, just being held off the point as these ultimates are coming in for Lionheart on the attack. And as long as, yeah, Zealot not going to be able to get that ultimate up and resurrect the team just yet. So this is going to be Lionheart taking this first point. And now what I want to see out of the side of Lionheart is outright aggression. They need to be getting on these forward spawners. There are a few of them.
Unlucky.
There
That's
are a
unlucky.
few of them that are
Zealot
spawning
split
forward.
spawn.
Yeah, they need to be getting on these forward spawners while Mercy is in the back. But very, very smart play coming out of Notorious. We see none of them pushing forward, none of them opening up that first pick the way we saw the side of Lionheart doing last time. So they're going to be coming in as a full 6, ready for this last fight. And they have the Graviton Pulse Bomb ready to go for this fight. Everyone's going to be on the payload here for the side of Lionheart. So definitely going to be a chance for some fireworks to come in on this defense. Looking as we get started here, they're going to be trying to take out Icy pretty quickly here with this Rocket Barrage, but the hook comes in, takes Ripsnort down. Only 1 kill coming in for Rip. Resurrect comes in for the attackers. Both teams dropping the Resurrect. Here comes the Graviton. Stealing of the Pulse Bombs there to follow up, only takes down Creepy, and Jacko taken down himself. So this actually could be exactly what Lionheart is looking for. Lionheart still getting the kills they need to move forward here, jumping onto the Zarya. Just going to be the Zarya and the Roadhog. They almost jumped off the point. I saw it too, but they are able to stay on and keep this moving forward. See if they're able to get in there before Notorious gets back. Notorious unable to touch
3.
Lionheart. Does take the win. Kings Row going their way, and we're going all the way to map 3, boys.
About time. I'm very happy we're going to a map 3. Felt like
tough to say what came out, you know, at the end there for Lionheart, but Caesar on that Genji, I have to say, was shining at the end there. Definitely getting a whole lot of work done on their initial point A attack, ending up getting a couple of kills with the Dragon Blade in order to break open the point. Of course, we see very good play, the high charge Zarya play out of Nate here, just consistently putting on the damage. But you know, again, Ripsnort here taking it away with that damage card. But
with
good
going
play
on to
out of both
Hollywood,
teams.
going on the map onto Hollywood, where Zarya is not Zarya, Farah is very strong. Notorious or Ripsnot on the Pharaoh. Who are you looking at for this next game? For the Pharaoh play.
It's gonna be interesting. I mean, I think the more consistent Farah play we have to say has been coming out of Icy. Ripsnort able to contribute on Farah as well, but not quite seeing the same follow-up that Icy is seeing, and certainly not getting the same type of support at all times. But you know, I honestly liked seeing him on the Roadhog. I think he continued playing the Roadhog very well. The swap onto Farah was good for that last push because they needed the aggressive dive. They needed to get in there quickly and take the objective within the first push or 2 pushes, and they did that. But I definitely think that when they come onto the defense here, maybe even coming onto the offense, we'll see what they decide to do. But Ripsnort on the Roadhog, I think, has been the more consistent choice for him throughout the night. Icy being just an incredible Farah, definitely going to end up, you know, with the aerial superiority in this matchup. Looks like a bit of an aggressive defense coming out from the side of Notorious here, though. They are going to be running both the Pharah and Tracer on defense as well. I guess they just stick with those two heroes pretty much no matter what. You know, when it works, right?
Yep, but like I said before, the flexibility on Notorious, very questionable. Black Soul and El Jacko so far the only two we've seen to really switch it up along with Zeal, and we're gonna pause it right there. Whereas in other teams have been super flexible to the point where they're switching roles completely, where somebody drops DPS for off tank instead of just heroes. But connection issues for everyone. Blight stream, Gold's Wi-Fi. But Blight, were you saying something? Because in King's Row right at the end, it sounded like you were going to say something, but you got cut off. Blight?
No.
Okay. He said yes, he was talking about how he loves you, oh Silent. Don't know if you're still in the chat. And Caesar is back, so we can continue.
Well, we'll see what this attacking team is actually going to be going with here as they start to get settled in on some picks. Looks like they're going to be going with a pretty dive-favored offense again. Going to have Rip Snort on Pharah, Caesar on the Genji. Again, did very good work on that hero last time. Alpha onto Soldier 76, and they're going to have Ginger on the Winston with the same Lucio Mercy that we've seen throughout. Very good dive coming in right off the bat from Ginger, getting onto this high ground and removing them from there immediately. And then another follow-up kill coming from Alpha, one coming from Black Soul on the defense, but it does actually good work from Nate. Again, high charge, not being finished off, and able to just continue bruising the side of Lionheart as they try to push in here. Very, very good work by Nate on that Zarya. Depending on, I mean, he plays both the Zarya and the Roadhog, it seems, at such a high level that it's tough that you really just need to deal with him. But we will see the attack trying to get re-established here. Definitely want to get Alpha healed back up to full health. Very weak right now. But you know, that first push didn't work. They have gotten rid of the first minute here, looking for the second push to come in. And actually, Arctic Wolf is going to be the first to fall, but Black Soul takes down one, Jacko with another, and you know, again, we've got the defense seeming to hold on here. And actually, oh, the Rocket Barrage does come in. Rocket Barrage and the Primal Rage do combine for a couple, and they manage to get a bit of control on the point. Does look like they're going to be able to take it without too much of an attempt of a retake here. Yep, Lionheart does take the point. 450 on the clock for them to get through the second phase. I wonder whether they might swap off of the Winston, although Winston's still very effective through this second phase, where the high ground is so important. But Jacko getting the first kill, nice pulse bomb onto Alpha, and that will give Notorious the chance to take this fight close to the door here, rather than waiting and letting Lionheart push in. Dragon Blade comes in, trying to get onto the back line, manages to take out both supports in one swipe. A very good work on that Dragon Blade out of Caesar, and they're just going to keep this moving forward. Very good initiation there. That was one thing that Lionheart was definitely lacking a fair bit during that last King's Row map, and now seeing that they seem to have figured that out and are starting to initiate before allowing Notorious to initiate, definitely helping them out a lot. We are going to see Pharah Mercy coming out on this left side, trying to get some rockets in, trying to do some damage, and Earthshatter onto the point, immediately takes Caesar down. Not much you can do about that as a Genji, no Reinhardt there to block that. The res does come in though, but I think it was kind of questionable. Ginger had already given up on that fight and was already jumping away from the fight when when Cake flew back in to try to get the revive. So I definitely think that the res, a little bit of a lack of communication there between the Winston and the Mercy. And actually, we are going to see Ginger swapping onto the Lionheart. So they've definitely figured out that they need to have that shield here. But at the same time, they also don't just want to give up this high ground to Icy Suspect. We've seen what happens when you allow Icy to have that aerial superiority. And so Ripsnort still on the Pharah, but definitely going to be looking to Alpha to get up on this high ground as well. He is up there, but wow, immediately gets knocked back down. But Alpha definitely going to be looking to him to play a bigger role here in taking out this Pharah. So far, not able to make anything happen. Jacko and, yeah, I mean, well, he does manage to take out Icy, but too little, too late, I think. As, the rest of Lionheart is going to be cleaned up by Notorious here. Sent back into spawn. 2:20 left on the clock here for Lionheart. Trying to make an attack. They're already a little more than halfway through this second phase of, Hollywood, not Route 66. But kind of hitting the wall here. They do have that Dragon Blade up again, ready to make the same push they did before. We'll see whether he's able to get the work with it. He does take down Arctic Wolf, but take it down himself. Rocket Barrage comes in for Ripsnort, does take down Zealot, so no res for the defense, and that is going to be huge. Sound Barrier comes in immediately after that Resurrect to give them a whole lot of extra health to sustain through this fight. They manage to. Lionheart going to keep this pushing forward. However, Notorious coming out of these doors here with 4 ults ready to go, 5 and 6 shortly behind. Nate going to come out and Graviton as soon as he gets out here. If they're able to get out on point. Actually, Jacko does touch the point, stops it just in time, but the kill still going the way of Lionheart, but the res comes in. Very clutch res coming in for Notorious, stopping that point from reaching the objective. Jacko with a pulse bomb right after into that Graviton. So it does look like they are going to be able to hold on here. Notorious coming in with a couple of clutch ultimates at the last second. Only a couple of them left on the table for Notorious, but a minute left. Really only one good team fight left here for the side of Lionheart. They've got a long way to walk from spawn back to this payload here, as they've pushed it pretty much all the way to their next objective. So the spawn advantage rather has flipped, as now the defenders have a shorter way to walk back to the point. Definitely going to be looking towards the attack to make good use out of the 2 ults they have online. Cake trying desperately to get that ultimate up so that mid-fight here we can see it resurrect, but we are going to see the Sound Barrier coming in for the defense. I think at any time they do call it in to try to negate some of this damage. Icy getting a couple of kills for the defense, but Cake does have that resurrect in 2%, so Cake gonna come in with the res, picking up both members of his team that have fallen, but Zealot has the res of their own. Zealot gonna come in as well if absolutely needed. I'm not sure it's going to be though. Are they even able to get on the point? They get knocked off. Overtime is ticking down, but Cake taken down off of that res. The res not gonna be needed by Zealot, so Lionheart pushing it almost all the way to the second checkpoint, but stymied at the last second by Notorious. And now Notorious just needs to get it a little bit further than Lionheart, and they're going to be taking this series. And I believe they'll be moving on to our winners bracket finals, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and
yes,
yeah,
yes. So whichever team takes this map ends up moving on to the finals here. So
actually, while we're waiting, let's see if we can get a score from the losers bracket, or if it's even done.
Of course, that matchup going on between Draconic and One Trick, that loser bracket matchup. From what I saw out of both teams, I think I probably would give the edge to Draconic in that matchup. But both teams very capable. Both series, in that early the early matchups were pretty evenly matched. So neither team really comes out with the overwhelming advantage in that losers bracket matchup. However, this matchup definitely providing all of the excitement that we would expect out of this winner's bracket. Down to could be the last round here. You know, we'll see whether the side of Notorious is, or is it Notorious attacking? Yes, it is Notorious. Notorious is able to push it further than Lionheart was able to. Very capable of full holding on Hollywood as well, though. So we'll see what Lionheart's able to do. Again, probably going to be putting a lot of pressure onto the back of Rip Snort as we get things started here. What do you expect to see getting started, Mulani?
Well, for the side of Rip, I'm expecting Rip to be to be on top, looking for Icy, because I feel like Alpha generally is getting pressured too much to really focus the Pharah. As of right now, he just got chased away by Zarya. But with that being said, Alpha is actually on top of the cafe. Actually does get Icy, but is extremely low. Does get healed by the Mercy, and as this fight continues, Zenyatta getting pressured in the back line by Soldier is about to get picked off. They're about to lose all supply of their healing. But Black Soul's bringing it back for their team with the hooks and the kills. North going after
going massive on that kill feed, absolutely bringing his team back here. Yeah, Rip Snort definitely fulfilling what we were expecting from him, getting 2 or 3 kills there out of that last fight. Caesar, though, getting caught out again, definitely not where you want to be. Zarya taken down very quickly. Ginger charging in there, sealing the deal that they are going to lose this point. Only a matter of time at this point. Kind of a wasted ultimate there out of Black Soul. I'm not sure why he used that Earth Shatter there, but either way, they are going to be able to get this point. Now pushing forward a little bit, looking for some split spawns, but it's just going to be Rip Snort and Caesar trying to get out, trying to see whether they can get established here in the middle of the street. Of course, they should be trying to get high ground control here, especially the Soldier 76. Yes, he is Alpha, going to be going up on high ground with that tactical visor ready to go. So look for him to be trying to take Icy out of the sky immediately. Icy, of course, has that Zenyatta orb on him pretty much at all times, but the first kill going the way of Rip Snort, a huge hook coming out onto El Jacko, giving them an opportunity to take this fight, and they do. 2 more kills going the way of Lionheart, and yeah, they are going to hold strong here, right near the door of the second phase of Hollywood, and 4 minutes on the clock here for Notorious. So they've got a lot of time to figure this out. Both their support ults online, a whole lot online for the side of Lionheart though, so it would probably be smart for Notorious to come in and try to bait out a couple of ults here, build up some ults of their own before pushing in and using any of their ultimates. They definitely want to be able to come into this fight with an ult advantage before initiating. We'll see. However, Icy does manage to get the first kill. You don't need ults when you can just get kills like that. Rip Snort, however, returned with a whole hog, and they're able to turn it back the other way, managing to take down both supports as well, so no chance to keep it moving. But, well, Icy still on the payload. Despite the kills going the way of the defense, they're not fighting on this objective, so the payload continues moving forward. And now the attack, you know, the fight was not ending quickly enough, where now the attack able to come in and start to get re-engaged. Both support ults did come out, so maybe a little bit too much of an engagement there from the defense, and the Earth Shatter from Black Soul being blocked by Ginger, but both Gravitons coming out. This, I gotta say, this is favoring the defenders so far. Just gonna be Jacko and Nate, I think, left alive on the point, and yeah, not gonna be anyone left here for long. 250 left on the clock here for Notorious, yeah, and the stagger here is real. Notorious losing a lot of time here, not really making coordinated pushes, and you know, a full minute off the clock there just from kind of making a very split up, uncoordinated push. So we'll be looking for them to come back in. They do still have the Rocket Barrage and the Pulse Bomb ready to go, but not a whole lot to go with it. The Pulse Bomb thrown out and kind of wasted. The Earth Shatter comes out from the defense. Well, the Earth Shatter comes out. Zella able to finish 1 kill onto Ginger, and actually it does look like Notorious is going to be able to get this moving forward. But Cake still alive, still has the res. starts it over again and is able, Ripsnort, and yeah, Ripsnort and Ginger able to turn it around. Nate still trying to contribute and keep his team in the fight, but wow, Zealot actually wasting that trance there. Not a good use of pulled out of the side. This is Notorious wasting a lot of time here and getting staggered. I'm sorry, can you hear me better now? Are we still good here?
Yep,
Lionheart
you're good.
doing a good job. Okay, Lionheart doing a good job of holding off on this point here, wasting a whole lot of time, and they still, even if they lose a team fight here, they still have enough space for another team fight. Ripsnort coming in with a whole hog, but taken out early himself. Nate actually, very high charge on Nate right now, so he is going to be putting in a lot of work on this Zarya. Uses the Graviton, and that is going to get them pushing forward here. So really, one team fight left here for the side of Lionheart. This next fight could decide this matchup. Both teams with a bunch of volts coming in here. Caesar gonna have the Graviton as they come out, and Cake with that Resurrect ready to go. But both teams coming in. Initiation gonna be very important here. Jacko getting the first kill, but going down himself, and Ginger getting a kill of his own. The res comes in very, very early here for this defense, but both teams fragging out on the payload, and it looks like the advantage is going to go the side of Lionheart right off the bat here. Another hook comes in for Ripsnort, gonna stagger out Icy there at the very end. Icy actually swapping onto the Soldier, so we have 30 seconds left here for Notorious to try to finish off this map, and they actually don't have any ults left to do it. They are going to have the Transcendence left for Zenyatta, but that's gonna be it. Ripsnort getting some aggressive positioning up top here. Caesar has the Graviton, but is he going to be able to make good use of it? 10 seconds left on the clock here. A great hook coming out onto Nate. Not able to finish the kill here. They are going to be able to get onto the point here and delay just in time. The grab comes out in the back line, keeping them off of the point. Jacko, though, delays on the point. Earthshatter comes in, further keeping them from getting on the point. First kill finally comes in. Creepy getting the kill. But another one comes in for Alpha, and more coming in for the defense. The Graviton comes in. The Red is ready for Cake, though, and he brings it in. That should be enough here for the defense to hold on. Just Black Soul left alive for Notorious. Going to be taken down. Lionheart coming back in that series, coming out on top 2-1 with a very clutch inches win. Just a matter of inches on that win on Hollywood. But very, very good play coming out from both teams, but Lionheart coming out on top 2-1 in that winner bracket final. So they're going to be moving on to our grand finals here in this qualifier tournament.
And I did get a report from the score. The score is currently tied 1-1. We're going to go to a 10-minute break. So we will talk to you guys in a bit after the amazing play of the game from Nate. Is absolutely going off for his team, but sadly wasn't enough. But he is playing next, though, so he has a chance of their team has a chance for redemption.
Epic. Clear skies ahead.
Also, guys, one final thing before we do go on to the break. Remember, Maturino, you guys want to help us out, support us, support the community.
Can we get that losers game or no?
Losers game. You want to get in?
I wouldn't mind like a few minutes to go like grab a bite to eat. I've been doing this.
Yeah, you can go grab a bite to eat.
All right.
You're gonna get an invite from Volt to bite.
I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Well, I'm gonna invite Brett in this party, and he gets to cast for like 5 minutes. I don't know. Does he want to? I'll invite. Like I wouldn't mind letting Brett take over. No, wait, what? Why Notorious leave?
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
Oh shit, hold on. Wrong person. Hello. Oh, alright, invite. Wait, they're in the lobby. Fuck. Oh, shit. Invite Hogan. Okay. Hogan, we need you, our savior. Oh shit. Bro, invite me, I'll get in. Gold should be the lobby owner. Okay, hold on. Alright, well, King of the Hill, with Addison's team, Draconic already with a 1-0 advantage, with the series being tied 1-1. Final map, deciding this loser's bracket to face Notorious next game. Pretty standard comp coming out from both sides. A very predictable comp from seeing what they played earlier today and what their bread and butter was. But questionable on how Team Draconic is going to handle one strike with Pharmacy, seeing how they had a problem with it against Notorious. Digital and they getting 3 picks, 4 picks, 5 picks amongst the two themselves. You single-handedly 1-2 fight. Delirium's the only one who's alive, gets to escape with his life to regroup. And as they take over the point again, players to watch out for this is Todd. Huge player, I think, is going to be the difference maker for this, and Beam for dealing with the Pharmacy. Todd going extremely low, along with HP and Dega, but however, do get healed up. Dega getting taken out immediately. XL going big, getting another kill. But however, Winston diving the back line, but doesn't matter because Ghosties in their back line taking out the Zenyatta. And block. Addison and Todd get taken out. Digital's on point, doing his thing, trying to stagger it out as much as he can, but wasn't expecting that much from him this time. 34% to 0 as we continue in this. Digital being the only one in ult on the side of Draconic, with 2 ults coming online for the side of one trick. 3 ults actually. Ghost is going extremely low, getting very dangerous. XL with Shatter up should be the difference maker in this next time fight. Beam is extremely low, gets picked off by Ghosty, but Digital does return the favor along with Addison and HP. Ghosty trying to bring it back, however, only gets 1 from the bomb. Addison dealing with the Pharah, Winston the Pharah counter that everyone knows and loves. Big bang combo coming from Digital, going huge, and wins their team the round. Callie not wasted res and is sadly gonna die for Digital. With Graviton coming up in the next fight, Graviton and Broad. However, though, they have Transcendence to block that out. But as this fight continues, we're watching Down Barrier coming out immediately, and XL is charging them right away. As is Shatter looking for it. Callie's dead. They've lost their main healer. Barrage coming out. Addison pops Primal, but for no reason. Beam died with Transcendence, so couldn't keep anyone alive, and it looks like they're gonna lose the point here. Very back and forth, losing it per fight, 20% per team by the looks of it. But huge ult advantage for the side of Draconic as we go into this next fight. He's taking a long way around, probably to get an angle on something. As we see this, the Pharmacy works, Callie's pick on the Pharmacy, but I'm questioning if it's really worth that much, because leaving their tanks open, but it doesn't matter because XL gets a pick on the digital along with Gracie. However, Vega gets their main healer and Todd returns the favor by getting XL. Graves going down to HP. Delirium, however, trying to bring it back, trying to kill the main tank, and trying to get more, but sadly can only do so much. HP does go down. Todd takes out Raid, but it's going very back and forth, but Digital bringing it back. However, Callie with the big res coming out, XL with the shatter. No, Addison the only one in all. Tough Primal Rage, Todd getting 80%. And they haven't taken the point though this entire fight. It is 99 to 66. If Todd doesn't get his ult, gets in here and gets his ult up, then it looks like this is all it. Delirium's picked off Todd. The only one who was closer to ult, it sadly looks like Draconic is gonna lose this round. But no, they're still staggering. They're taking a very long time to kill them and this might hurt them if they don't continue. Digital time, but sadly Digital is only one man, sadly does die. 1-1, final round. We're going the distance on this game mode too. Like this series as well, we're going the distance later in the night. A very enclosed map, maybe the map that they might lose for the simple fact of Pharmacy not being as strong here. But Digital running the Pharah too, possibly the Zen Pharah combo against the Pharmacy, very questionable, very interesting to see how it's going to work. But as this continues, Tracer immediately goes to a very key player of the side of One Trick. Seeing how he works, he immediately going for the Zenyatta. Does have to recall, Vega getting low, XL's gone. With the main tank down, a lot of pressure now on them. Gracie behind them, just nobody's paying attention. However, Ghosty does get beamed. The main supports are gone for both sides thanks to Todd trying to bring it back. Delirium just flying around, shooting around, not getting contested much, and is getting a lot of free damage. It's up to Todd to get him. Digital, however, does help, and XL gets his revenge and kills Vega. Digital getting that kill on the Grey Shades and gets his team the point with that. But as this continues, on the side of One Trick, at what point do they ask themselves, at what point are they gonna ask themselves that maybe, well, never mind. I was gonna say the Pharah, but the Pharah's going straight off. But as this continues, we have a straight wipe. It looks like they're gonna lose the point, but 36-0, a pretty good hold. As they regroup at the front door. No ults on the side of Draconic, but they are pretty close. About to have roughly 4 ults on, 5 maybe even, depending on Digital. Where on the side of One Trick, they only have a possibility of 4 ults. Draconic coming out has both tanks in it. Delirium's not Delirium, they got charging XL, both getting low. Big shatter getting 3 people, including the Pharah, all down. No res for it because of the Mercy getting caught in it. Ghosty doing his best, kills Vega in return, but sadly isn't enough, and they return it to 33-38. As we see this coming around now, XL immediately charging Vega, not waiting around. Rapton comes out, but only gets to Lucio, who drops the sound beat, so they don't even follow up on the 1 kill. The Ghosty does get Vega being going down. Delirium's 2 picks and Ghosty going for their team, along with Ray, who's like fully charged right now, just melting whoever you see. Todd is getting extremely low, goes down. Beam has been dying with Transcendence quite a bit. At this point, I would say it's better to reactivate Transcendence for the simple fact to get some value and maybe hold the fight. However, they do trade it to 73% to 33, so a very long and drawn out fight from the side of Digital and Addison Draconic. Barrage is ready along with Transcendence, as expected. However, Delirium's immediately shuts it down, only lets Digital get one kill. Addison gets the kill, but sadly does fall to Delirium. Res coming out on the side of one trick, and they're taking advantage of it. 66 to 73 now. They're gonna have to back out and reset, possibly one or two fights. Excel getting extremely low, and Digital does take advantage. They're gonna have to push in right here and take advantage of the kill. They're outside on the side, about to get picked off. Digital is in a 1v3. They might be focusing him a little bit too hard. They're taking the point. And Zenyatta just going to work right now. Pops the Transcendence, keeping everyone healthy in this fight. They're not going to lose anyone for a bit. Grabcon does come out and gets 3 people with the Mercy, but the Mercy gets out thanks to Delirium. However, she's discorded, she's low, she's going down. We're not that far away from her res. Delirium dies with Barrage. Addison and Vega have their ult for the next fight. Next fight is ending it, along with Post Bomb on the side of Draconic. With no real support ults guaranteed for this next fight, everything is up to the offense. Delirium's XL. Callie is going to have res though, so they're going to have to pick her up. She's way in the back, distorted, but nobody's focusing her. Digital needs to find her and focus her. They're giving up the point, they're backing off her, giving up positioning. Addison pops up, gets XL, but dies. Res comes out, and Big Grabcon comes out, gets 3 people. Barrage comes out. They drop the beat, but sadly it was not effective. Vega has ult, but is coming back right now. But gets the Zarya, but that's about it. And sadly does not have enough teammates to follow through with the damage. XL is low, but it looks like it's going to turn over and end over on the side of no, never mind. Todd does come back, gets the Zarya, gets the ride. Todd is absolutely trying his hardest right now to pull it back for his team, get the 3rd pick. Todd is single-handedly winning it for him, but Todd needs some help. Todd cannot do this on his own. Vega is here to support him. Ghosty on point along with Callie, but sadly they don't have ult. Callie's gonna die. Ghosty's getting close, gonna have his pulse bomb any second now. But is he gonna even be able to use it? If he doesn't, he dies with it. Ray is the only one you have to assume that he's about to die. It's Gray versus the world. A very long and drawn out fight, but no, Delirium dies on point. And nobody's gonna make it. A very back and forth fight right at the end, but looks like Draconic does win it. Maps being very close. This is the game right now. A very back and forth game. Score is tied 1-1 in the series right now. Right now, one trick is on the line. They need to win this round to stay in this. A lot of pressure on them, but I believe this is the one round that one trick did win, so they are in the comfort zone, per se. And a very open map, a very strong map for the pharmacy, so Delirium can definitely go to work instead of like last map where he was a little bit more enclosed and a little bit forced to stay closer to the ground than a fair would like. But Ghosty and Delirium's immediately going for the back line, get the Zenyatta, get the Zarya. However, HP does pull it back, kills it right, kills the Callie. HP is the killing support. However, though Ghosty does bring down the Lionheart, and Gray does, however, get taken down. It's a very back and forth, but it looks like Draconic on the side of winning this with Addison on the Winston. But for how long? Delirium is extremely low without his Mercy and does die sadly. Callie, reinforcements for both sides are coming back, but nobody has won this. Digital getting 3 kills to bring this for his team. XL charges in, but sadly just gets countercharged and gets shut down by Todd. Dega's gonna have a Shatter for his next fight, along with XL. Lionheart battles is gonna be very important here with the mind game, seeing how they play around it. But Pulse Bomb on the side of one trick. If she were to use that on the Ryan, she doesn't, even though she's in the back line. But does get beat, however. XL getting Shatter. Ghosty sacrifices himself to kill Dega, I believe. But big win for the side of one trick, completely one-sided. The only person who died was Ghosty, and that was himself. But however, big ult advantage for the side of Draconic. They can definitely take this back. Very interesting to see how they do this with the many possibilities that they have. They could wait for Todd, or they could go in with Addison, or with the sound barrier. Dega charges in, doesn't get anyone in the start, but now is in their backline just swinging away. However, XL with another Earth Shatter ready. However, Addison just smacked him away like a fly to get him out, and Addison is just smacking everyone away. Another kill onto Ray. 2 environmental kill on 2 tanks. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the play of the game. Sip getting the kill onto the Lucio, and Ghosty trying to pull it back by killing the Ryan, but it doesn't look like it's enough. The Draconic looks like they're about to hold it. XL charges in, however, does get the Zen. It might be possible. However, big Draconic coming out along with the Pulse Bomb. Digital kills himself, but however does get everyone low. Basically, Draconic on the other side. And it looks like one trick has held it. They never lost the point. They're at 63 to 37 because of that now. This map definitely looking stronger for them, and definitely looking more of a comfort pick for Delirium's Pharmacy combo that they are running. But as we see this, Transcendence about to come online for the side of Draconic, and 3 ults on the side of one trick with no support ults. Very interesting to see how this goes. However, Beam dies immediately, so won't have a digital die soon. They're all dying very quick. This is the last fight. Anything after this is just trickle in, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to contest this. 95, 96. Todd's the only one there, and he's not gonna make it. We are going the distance here. Final round. The decider of the loser's bracket is all dependent on this one round. And as we get here, Gardens. We were here for the first round, but we're assuming that this was the place they played. And with that, even though they have the pharmacy, it's very dependent on how the fight takes place for the side of Draconic. If they can force the fight to come onto the right side or inside the point, with Addison's Winston, the Zenyatta, and Tracer, even though they have the pharmacy and they don't have a real heavy counter to it, they could definitely win this fight without it. The Deliriums are staying on the ground, isn't getting aggressive at all, it's just staying back and firing rockets. And nobody is taking advantage of this, nobody is focusing him. He's free to do whatever he wants, but it looks like it's working too. Ray's getting 2 picks. 2 picks of winning his team the fight. And however, they do have bodies on it. The Winston and Lucio Tracer are still on them. Nobody's focusing them. 2 of them go down. Digital Tip's the only one alive, but does get out to safety. Pharmacy definitely hurting them. No real counter to it. Set on the other side. And we have them going around, playing the smart pad, not going up against Delirium Sparrow's ability to boot, not challenging it. Pulse does come out, but however doesn't get anyone. Todd immediately gets actual a huge pick, a very good pick. Grabtown does come out, but there might be no fall through. I'm joking. There's 3 kills from the Big Bang. Ray getting a 4th. You're gonna have to reset. Sip doing his best trying to pull it back, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. Never mind, they get 2 picks. Todd is also there, melting away. They're down. Ryan is the only one alive. XL can only do so much. Charges, almost gets the Winston, but doesn't. But XL is by himself. It's him against the world. XL doing his best, brings it to 50% before losing the point. Very good stall, very good winning percentage for them. And as we continue, Barrage up, Res up, they have the means to take this back. But they have to go through 5 ults right now, maybe 6, depending on how charged Todd is and how quick he can build it right now. However, they're going on the inside. I don't know if that's a smart idea with the fair you have. Not taking advantage of the open ground. But it doesn't matter. They're going to take in, they're going to charge. XL gets the Zarya low, but however, doesn't have enough. Mercy is alive. Mercy is ready to res. Nobody's looking around for it. Res comes out. However, Graviton does come out, has both supports, a big Graviton. XL's now by himself with no heals. They're sadly going to die. Ray versus the world right now is just going to get bullied off the point, and Todd is fully charged. And out of that, they only wasted 3 ults. No, 4 ults, never mind. Vega just is already back at 50%. But that was a good side. The only ult that they really wasted was Red, which builds up pretty fast. Zarya, Tracer ult, but sadly doesn't get anyone. Barrage is also wasted, doesn't get anyone. Todd gets him. And Todd, so charged, doing so much damage right now. Just hard focus on the Mercy. XL does actually pin the Zarya Todd all the way onto the balcony and nearly does kill. 90% for the side of Draconic. Next fight, ending it, should the side of One Trick lose this next fight. A very decisive fight for the side of One Trick, beating Draconic for the point. They have Transcendence up, and they have Earth Shatter up. Tracer is in the backline trying to kill Installer. Nobody is helping him out. If he gets picked off like he did, that's a big pick. However, Transcendence does come out. Sith does come out. Big Shatter on the side of Draconic. Vega going to work, even with the picks. But however, the res does come through. Graviton comes up, Todd dies with ult, and this may be looking like the ender for the side of Draconic. Addison doing his best trying to pull it back, but there's no reinforcements. Are the reinforcements even going to come here? HP's on it, trying to stall it out. He does stall it off long enough. Todd has his ult. If Todd can get back, shoots it from downtown, gets the Mercy. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to get in it. And it looks like One Trick does take the loser's bracket. They are going to be versing Notorious next. Digital Sith doing so much for his team. A huge pick on the side of Addison. But sadly wasn't enough. Huge quad kill. Digital MVP for the side of Draconic. Ghosty, 83 eliminations, 66%, just to show how much work Ghosty does on the Tracer. Your gold, you back?
Yes, I am back. I'm just gonna mute my mic, like in between matches, and eat real quick. But yeah, I am back.
All right. Well, Blight, did you get the game?
In the next game.
All right. So you're already there. All right. Well, let's get back into the main lobby. I feel. What? Mute you? Move you. Alright, well, let's see. Well, Hojin, if you could, you need to move him out of the way. Um, and I'm waiting for the invite to the server. Hojin, could you please move right? Alright, well, we are going to remake the lobby as is. Swap to spectators, settings, and preset. There we go. Alright. Gold streams, you ready? Old Jacko, old Jacko, old Jacko.
Yeah, man. Okay, there we go. Waiting on that invite.
And we are inviting one trick. XL is still offline for me. So is Weird Pally. I'm so weirded by this. Haha. Oh, they're in here? Perfect. Alright, well, I actually did not set up the...
Yeah, let's get these team names set up and everything.
Put it on invite only. Someone has to be kicked out. I don't know who's supposed to be.
Oh, no, it's Ghosty and, hold on. Wait, no. Everyone in here. Oh, who's not supposed to be here? Who's supposed to be kicked?
I don't know. Brett, ask Brett. Brett, are these the rosters?
Yeah, these are the rosters. Oh, wait. Yeah, because it's Notorious who lost, so they have to verse them. We have this series and one more series. The winner of this has to verse
Lionheart.
Lionheart. Yep, and then that's the final series of the night. So one more. We got a final stretch, man. Just setting up the team names and one trick. All right.
Do we have map pool set already?
No, I'm making it right now because we have to make the new lobby. I had to join that and cast it, so it kind of just took me off of it. All right. So do you need the numbers? 1 1 7 2 4 1 1 1 7 2 4 1 1 1 7 2 4 1. All right. Here, let me send El Jackal his link. And XL. Where's XL? Here he is. All right. There we go. Sent and Notorious. Spell Notorious right. Plus guy getting banned. Feels bad, man. What? Bro, it's because they got smacked on it. I'm being honest. Not being mean. Or at least trying to. Iconwald. Why are people hating on Iconwald? Like, again, when was it a good map to begin with? Nah, you know what? I just feel like people don't use May. Use their wall like an elevator. they could jump over the wall. Like you can move your entire team above it. I want to see a 2 CP map. I want to see one, man. Hanamura. Come on, it's the best 2 CP map. Bro, I hope you get banned. Feels banned, man. Yo, no, we're gonna do all King of the Hill though. Nah, you gotta ban King of the Hill. You gotta ban King of the Hill. Notorious is now like, oh shit, they actually did push the. Come on, no, why? Just one. I mean, they're gonna win though. Like, holy. Just yeah, with how their team's built with the Pharah Tracer, very like that's a heavy advantage for them. No, Lijiang's throwing, bro. I want Ilios, bro. Ilios is the best King of the Hill map, hands down. What? Okay, Nepal.
We're going to Paul, and then it's gonna be.
All right, well, there we go. Nepal, Lijiang Tower, Ilios. Hoping for a third map on this. Really love Ilios for King of the Hill.
First, all King of the Hill matchup of the night. Definitely going to be interesting to see how this ends up unfolding.
Traveling to Nepal.
Sorry, we're starting Nepal, Lijiang, Ilios was the order. Cool. Alrighty then. Well, let's take a look at what's going on here. Out of the side of Notorious, looks like we're gonna see pretty much same old, same old. You know, it worked for the most part for them in the past. They did, however, lose, of course, and they are in the losers bracket, but not necessarily because of any fault in their composition. Just met their match in Lionheart. Of course, on the other side, no idea what they're actually going to run, but looks like they're going to run pretty much the same that they ran last time as well. Delirium's on that Pharah. We're going to have the Pharah Mercy versus Pharah Mercy in the sky. Both teams running a Tracer, both teams running a Zarya. Only difference is the main tanks in these compositions. Icy Suspect getting the first kill, Black Soul quickly following up as well. 2-3 kills going the way of Notorious right now as they are just going to bully their way in here. And yeah, Icy Suspect getting some very good rockets there. Nate as well, as time and time again, high charge on the Zarya, able to just blast through people and really help them cut their way into this point early on. Starting to get their control percentage ticking up. Of course, we are going to see One Trick looking to get regrouped here, trying to push back in. She pushes in, gets very low up against Nate in a 1v1, but does manage to escape with that recall. Now just trying to take Delirium or Weretail down, but not really focusing on the objective, and as a result, Notorious is going to lose the point, and One Trick actually going to start getting some kills in the confusion that follows. Nate going down to his own L2 there, and that is going to be One Trick rather getting on the point. Yeah, definitely taking advantage there of the confusion on the side of Notorious. Notorious a little bit spread out there, didn't really have any set angles on where they were coming in from, so as a result, pretty easily cleared out. Next fight coming in though, we are gonna, well actually Black Soul gonna get taken down pretty early, put an end to that fight before it even started, and this is One Trick running all the way into the Notorious spawn and sending them back there. Definitely some good play out of One Trick so far. They are coming up on 50% on this control meter, and they've got a whole lot of ultimates ready to go for the next fight and beyond. They are going to be coming up on the Graviton. Ray just trying to get that last little bit of poke damage in to come up on that. But we'll see. Actually, Jacko going to get the kill onto the Mercy in the intervening time. And as a result, yeah, Icy Suspect coming over the top. They are going to be able to come in with a numbers advantage here. Nate finishing off
does have res
Ray.
though, or did she get picked off at the beginning?
Kale was all the way picked off at the beginning, so might be able to come back in and get this res, but no, just going to be hanging back, waiting for the team to regroup here. And yeah, I mean, they definitely do have enough ults on the table, wouldn't you say? They've got 5 ults, almost 6, ready to break into this next fight.
Yep, but Pulse Bomb thrown out, but not getting much value, just fully charged up Ray. And teams low, getting paid for overset. However, the Transcendence does come up, but they still have a lot of ults. 3 ults wasted so far. Axel does go 4 ults wasted, and they're still losing this fight.
But the res does come out. The last second, Callie coming in with that resurrect, and they are going to be able to get a little bit of a numbers advantage in the wake of that. Black Soul getting 1 kill, but most of these kills definitely going the way of One Trick here, as they're looking strong to retake this point. They jump off of the point, but there we go. Now they are going to fully capture it. 83% and ticking up for them. They are just going to have to hold Notorious out from touching the point here, and they will take this first map of Nepal. Notorious coming in hot around the outside, trying to get in on the point right now. Delirium does have the rocket barrage, gonna call that in right off, takes Nate out, is taken out himself, but I think too little too late there. Icy does call in his own rocket barrage, and actually Jacko is there to help out as well. So maybe there's a chance here. Notorious is still in this fight, but it's Tracer v Tracer on this point. Recall comes in for Goshi, and then Jacko. Both recalls are out. This is the 1v1 to decide it. Jacko wins that 1v1 and is able to cap the point. Good tracing out of Jacko there. Not every, not every day you get to see that 1v1 Tracer v Tracer, but definitely an interesting one to watch there. But still time for One Trick to come in here and retake this point. And they're going to have a resurrection ready to go from where? Ready for this next fight. Yeah, Nate, however, going to have this grab, going to get ready to throw it out. Icy getting the first kill onto where? That takes that resurrect out of the fight. Graviton goes out.
Dies with res.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, both Mercies are down, but it's just going to be a matter of keeping Delirium off of this point. Gonna be able to do that, and yeah, first map going the way of Notorious here on Nepal.
Just from seeing that, like I said before the map started, King of the Hill looking very strong for the side of Notorious, for the simple fact of how good El Jacko is on that Tracer and of how good Icy Suspect is on that Pharaoh. While we were watching the graph, all 3 maps in this series are King of the Hill. One Trick are massive underdogs, I would say, in this matchup. I'm surprised they switched it onto this map, with showing how they played on Hollywood and Kings Row. I thought that, definitely that they would try to push in payload maps.
Yeah, well, I mean, absolutely. The only weak point that we've seen out of this Notorious team yet is their hybrid maps, and if I'm any team drafting against them, I am removing these King of the Hill maps from the pool immediately. But both teams trying to get established on this point. No kills coming in just yet, but the side of One Trick is very, very low. But Black Soul actually going to be the first one to fall, taken out by Deliriums on that Pharah. Jacko was flying with a kill of his own, and Icy Suspect coming in. But all we're seeing is Tracers and Pharahs in the kill feed. Look at this. Tracers and Pharahs on the... Oh, there's a Lucio coming in. Arctic Wolf saying his piece. Actually saying his piece twice, taking out both the Lucio and the Pharah for the side of One Trick. So actually, on the side of some really good Lucio play from Arctic Wolf, Notorious coming out on top of that fight there and taking the point first off on this shrine phase of Nepal. So we'll definitely see Goshki does already have that ultimate, but wow, taken out by a nice hammer swing from Black Soul. So that's going to be Goshki sending back into the spawn queue. Coming back, does have the pulse bomb ready, but by the time he gets back, I mean, the resurrect for Zealot is getting pretty close. Sound barrier is getting pretty close. Icy Suspect is very close to that rocket barrage, getting even closer there. You know, and running out of time to come in with these ultimates at an advantage, but uses the pulse bomb, doesn't get anything for it. Kale does have the resurrect, so both resurrects almost on the board as Zealot is getting close himself. Jacko takes out Excel though, and well, Goshki does, they trade Reinhardt's here, and Goshki continues with the work on that Mercy as well. So this might be an opportunity here for One Trick. One Trick gets caught in that Graviton though, and most of them are going to get taken down. Do they have the resurrect still available though? No, Ware gets taken down as well. So all they have left, the Zenyatta, or sorry, the Lucio and the Pharah, they're both going to get bullied back. So actually, this is One Trick going to be sent running for their life. And this this aggressive comp out of Notorious continuing to come out on top. What do you think One Trick needs to do different here, Mega, to break into this point?
Well, right now, the biggest problem I say is that, first of all, Notorious has been with each other for a long time. And right now, they're trying to challenge them on their turf. They need to realize they can't win it and try to force them to challenge them on a different turf. Maybe not a turf they're experienced with, but they need to make them play it to them.
Well, on the bright side here for One Trick, it does look like this is going to be the opportunity they needed to at least flip the point back in their favor for the first time on the Shrine. So they do win control. Luckily for them, I think Zealot used their the resurrect a little bit early on the side of Notorious. So by the time the fight actually broke out, they didn't really have it towards the end. But One Trick trying to get in here. The pulse bomb comes out for Notorious, doesn't get much for it, but kills are still coming their way. Neither team has the resurrect right now, so it's not going to be a factor. The rocket barrage comes in though. Delirium's getting the kill though. Delirium's still up and around here. Does have the barrage, but not going to use it. I guess does have a chance to go for it now. Goshki does get a kill, and they are kind of evening things up here, so it might be a chance here for, yeah, One Trick wins that fight. Again, Notorious comes in, takes the point, but One Trick wins the protracted fight and ends up coming out on top, continuing to build up this ult percentage. We've got the res almost up for Kale over on the side of One Trick, and so the resurrect is definitely going to be supporting them coming into this next fight. But we will see what the ultless side of Notorious is able to make happen. Both teams pushing in here. Expect to see ults coming out on the side of One Trick anytime now here. We do have a grab coming out for Notorious though, and then the rocket barrage answers from Delirium, but there comes the res. There's that res I was talking about from Kale. And Zealot still alive, still trying to farm up the res of his own, but unable to get there so far. And actually that's Zealot going down here. So that's going to be a huge pick because we are coming up on 80% here. Yeah, and this is going to be Notorious pushed back off of the point again. And actually, with the way that they're staggering in right now, yeah, I don't think they're going to have time to push in as a full team. They are running out of time at the very least. 86, 90, up to 90% here on the control point for One Trick. And it looks like they might be able to take this map outright, but we do have Nate jumping in on the point, just trying to delay as long as he can. They are rotating in and out, trying to get people in. The rocket barrage coming in for Icy, 2 kills, 3 kills coming in for Notorious, and no res for the side of Kale. And actually, Zealot does have the res up this time, so I would expect to see that sooner rather than later, hopefully, before Zealot gets taken down. Yeah, Zealot gonna pop that res, mostly just to keep himself alive there, I would imagine, but kills still going for Notorious. They need to stay on this point, and they need to kill Kale before Kale can get that res up. But the Earthshatter coming in for One Trick. The delay lasting long enough for One Trick's respawns to get back in and actually tie this map up on Nepal 1-1. This is looking like it's going to be a long series.
Hopefully so. I'm actually surprised that they actually took that. The reason was because Icy actually hopped off the point chasing Cali. Completely forgot about the point and started getting tunnel vision. May have cost them the round right there.
Absolutely, Kale and Delirium, they're able to delay long enough. Didn't even need the Resurrect ult up. Just managed to fly around above the point long enough. I've got a case of the hiccups real quick, so if you could take this first little bit, I'll jump in once I'm ready.
Sure thing, man. So here we go on Sanctum. We're going into this. Both teams meeting up on the left side. Let's see if Icy can get his world-class boots he was getting earlier. Both Rhines fighting on the side, but however, Blast does charge off the map. Icy charge onto the point, but Icy does get Delirium. The pharmacy battle being won by the side of Notorious, but one trick, however, does get the Mercy. However, Nate does reply onto Cali. Both Mercies are down. Big charge from Axel onto Wolf, bringing the fight. Fight very back and forth right now. Jacko doing his best to kill Axel with Notorious does. Gray does finally deal with the Pharah, gives the team breathing room, and Gray pushes Nate off. Reinforcements coming back on the side of Notorious, but a little bit too late as they do secure the point. As this is going right now, XL does come back. Everybody on the side of Notorious and XL are regrouped. But however, Delirium's picking off Icy unexpectedly.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge pick. Definitely going to slow down the side of Notorious as they try to push in here. Black Soul eliminated quickly afterwards, and yeah, they're just going to roll it into the spawn here. Not sure how aggressive they're going to want to get, as Nate is definitely around the corner with a lot of charge waiting to punish anyone who pushes in too hard. But they do have a huge advantage, and this choke point here is so narrow, very, very difficult for Notorious to come through. Once Nate gets that Graviton up though, and of course with a pick like that, this is going to be an opportunity here for Notorious. They are going to want to push in, trying to get onto Kale in the back lines first, because that Mercy res is going to be up and ready to go. Kale taken out by Icy Suspect. Very good mid-air rocket there. Icy continuing to put the team on his back, helping out in every single one of these fights, and that is going to be Notorious taking this point. 63% on the point for one trick already, but Notorious slowly ticking up, and Notorious has a lot of ults ready on the board. Both sides actually have a lot of ults ready for this next fight. These mirror comps are going to be coming in with pretty much everything ready to go, so we are going to see some fireworks here in this next fight. Looking for the side of one trick to initiate. They are going to jump right on the point. Actually, Excel knocked onto the point, but they do end up initiating and pushing over there. Arctic Wolf almost knocked into the pit. He does fall down, but the Graviton comes out for the side of Notorious. See if they get a follow-up. They do manage to get 3 out of it, including Ware. So that's another res opportunity failed for the side of one trick. Black Soul trying, I guess, to take Excel with him, but instead just, you know, sinking down there. Hey, I think I found Mundata's gold. Oh no, never mind. That's just Black Soul's hammer falling to the bottom of the pit. Still some ults on the side here of one trick. They're going to be pushing in and looking for a chance to use this Graviton. They do pop the Graviton. There's the Pulse Bomb as well, following up, massive, huge, but the Resurrect is still available only for the side of Ware, and yeah, it's going to be just Jacko left against the entire team after that Resurrect. Unfortunately for him, but 70% on the point for Notorious. Getting close to that for one trick. Both teams about even here, and this last couple of fights here are going to be relatively ult-free. We do have the Resurrect on the side of Notorious. Wow, good rocket there coming out from Icy Suspect. Going to take down Ghost right off the bat. Dual Earth Shatters here, but definitely the kills going the way of Notorious so far. Nate with high charge just working his way through the side of one trick, able to blast through, and they do retake the point. 91% for one trick. They are just looking for one more retake here, and they will be going up 2-1 on Nepal here. but we've got a couple of ults on the side of Notorious. They've got a Pulse Bomb, they have a Resurrect, and they have the Graviton ready to go. So looking for the Grab Pulse Bomb coming up here anytime now. We are going to see One Trick rotating around the other side, just trying to get positioning on the point. The Grab comes in on the back line, but Zarya Bubble there comes in too early. Jacko puts it in at the perfect time and manages to get the two-piece with the Pulse Bomb. This is going to be Notorious taking the Sanctum of Nepal as well, going up 2-1 on this map and taking a bit of an advantage on our first map of this best of 3.
So, very interesting about how that happened. They blew all their ults in the fight before, which sadly put them at a disadvantage, giving Notorious the easy win. But however, though, we are on Shrine. This is the one map that they won. This is the one win that One Trick they get. So it's back to a comfort pick for them. So even though they have momentum on the side of Notorious, I wouldn't count them out just yet.
Absolutely not. And I mean, I wouldn't expect to see this Orisa switch out of Zealot, but we can hope, you know, we can dream. I don't think either team is going to make a switch. No, they're not. They're going to stick with the same comps, and why shouldn't they? I mean, both teams are really doing well. It's just one team slightly edging out the other currently. The Tracer v Tracer happening again over on the right side with some Farah Overwatch happening. Overwatch. Anyways, first kill going the way of Icy. Actually, a bunch of kills going the way of Notorious. They're able to take the first 3, and they are going to have an immediate advantage on this point. Delirium does take one of his own, but too little, too late. Maybe they can delay on. Nope, not going to be able to delay on the objective at all. Going to be Notorious taking the point right off the bat. Start building up that ultimate, or sorry, that control percentage. Speaking of ultimates, though, Icy Suspect and Jacko both a little around 2/3 of the way to their ultimates. So, going to be looking towards those ults coming up in the next fight or so. As they get started pushing back in, a good direct rocket landing onto Icy there, but Delirious, actually, the first person going to take out is a Zealot on that Mercy, just direct rockets in midair. Good Pulse Bomb, though, takes down 2. Jacko continuing to keep his team in the fight, despite being taken down himself. We'll see whether that's enough, though. Both DPS actually out of the fight here. Nate taken down, Icy doing what he can, but taken down himself, and this, it looks like it's going to be, no! A huge pin from Black Soul, taking out 2! And that is going to be, wow, a great play from Black Soul at the end there. Clutching up for Notorious. They're going to be able to hold on. Starting to get up 50% above for the side of Notorious here. But a bunch of ults coming in for One Trick here. 3 ults ready to go for this next fight. We'll see whether they're able to make good use of those 2 DPS ultimates. First big thing, they do manage to do it. They take out Zealot right off the bat. No Mercy res yet again. And the advantage definitely going to be on the side of One Trick here, as they're going to push in very easily. Didn't have to use any of their ults, just managed to take out Mercy very quickly. And, you know, with these ults that they have at their disposal now, gonna have the Graviton coming up, gonna have Sound Barrier coming up. Mega, do you think that that's enough for them to hold out this point and maybe even up this this map?
Well, right now, for to hold gold, I'm not sure, because they do have enough ults. However, Ghosty does die with their ult. If they're gonna die with their ults, then they can definitely take it. But Cali still has a red, so no, I would say right now they definitely don't have enough, unless Cali is one of the few people that died.
I mean, both teams really trading back and forth right now, but I gotta say, the advantage seems to be going to the side of One Trick currently, as they are getting all the kills. There they are, yeah, they do manage to take out Zealot after that resurrection, so nothing saving the day right there for the side of Notorious, but again, they still do have some time. They've still got at least 1 more fight, maybe 2, if they take this first one quickly. But we will see what they decide to do. Icy Suspect does have that Rocket Barrage ready to go, so definitely looking to see whether he makes good use of that. But Delirium constantly being this other anti-Pharah presence in the air, and unless you're able to take Deliriums out before using that Rocket Barrage, you're a sitting duck in midair for Deliriums to rain down. Deliriums actually getting the first kill there. The Rocket Barrage probably going to come in on top. Nope, they do not use the barrage on that Graviton. The res is still available for Kale, does come in, resets his team on top of this point, and no res available for Zealot. Icy Suspect uses the ultimate, gets nothing with it, and that is going to be Deliriums, as I said, getting the rockets on top of Icy Suspect and on to everyone else. Deliriums coming in huge there at the end of that round for One Trick, and that is going to be One Trick evening up this map 2-2. Like I said, long series ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, we're very long. We have 2 more cop maps. Why?
Why indeed?
Very interesting series we're going to have.
We are coming into the Sanctum, which, as we know, favors the side of Notorious. They were able to win this the first time it came around. One Trick currently only has wins on the Shrine phase, so Notorious should be able to come out on top on this one, but we'll see what ends up happening as they get started here on Sanctum. We'll probably see both teams pushing to the high ground, getting that Rhine shield battle going. Of course, we do see a little bit of flank going on from the Pharahs, from the Tracers. Neither team fully committing to that high ground attack. We'll see what ends up happening. It looks like the shield battle does seem to be going a little bit the way of Notorious, but they missed that pin. And as a result, that's going to be Black Soul way out of position on the other side of the map, not able to help his team. But Icy Suspect does get the first kill onto Gray, and the kills do follow up as long as they're able to, clear off Deliriums and, well, actually, no! Ray coming in on that Zarya, and Deliriums and Werecal doing a good job staying alive, making sure that this fight stays delayed, and as a result, One Trick able to pull that fight back from the brink and come out on top. They are going to be building up a percentage first here on the Sanctum, and I mean, Notorious definitely needs to figure this out. It looked like they had figured out how to beat this One Trick team, but they've started to drop off the last couple of rounds here. Black Soul, however, does get the first kill and is going to drop that Earth Shatter immediately. All of these kills going the way of Notorious. So as soon as I said it, they decided to make me eat my words. Lots of ults on both sides, though. Look at this. We got 4 ults on either side, with Nate actually about 10%, 10% about away from his ult. But we are going to see the Big Bang coming in for One Trick, so we'll see whether they're able to get an effective execution on that. A grab comes in first, though, for One Trick, the 5-piece from Jacko. Absolutely massive, finishing off his counterpart, earning a little bit of teabagging there from Jacko. Very, very beautiful execution on that pulse bomb combo with Nate. And I mean, that's exactly what you like to see out of this Notorious team. They are going to be up against a bunch on the side of One Trick, though, but the kill is still going the way of Notorious. The res comes in, though, and then the grab on top of the res with the pulse bomb to try to follow up, and I think that's going to be enough, but the res comes in for Notorious. Earthshatter follows it up, but Earthshatter stops the follow-up on that one. So Notorious continuing to win these trade battles, win the Mercy versus Mercy fights, and as a result, gonna be continuing to hold it on to Sanctum, up to 65% on the control meter now, versus 25% for One Trick. One Trick running out of options here. They've got a couple of ultimates still left, but not the 5 ults that they started this this push with, and now they're going to be pretty desperate to start getting an advantage. Nate does get the kill onto Delirium, but Jacko gets taken out as well. So even fight so far, as Ray actually able to push forward and get another kill. Icy, though, evening the fight and actually getting another one as well. So Icy keeping his team alive here, doing everything he can. Zealot really going to need to be getting a Resurrect up soon here. Werecal definitely doing a better job of getting those Resurrects up, but we are in overtime. Notorious on the clock, 99%. here is the rocket barrage coming out from Icy Suspect, and then the other one coming back from Delirium's, and it does look like One Trick does seem to be coming out on top here. Not sure whether they're going to be able to cap. No, the cap doesn't quite come through just yet. You have Nate just delaying, but gonna back off. 25% on the board and ticking up for One Trick. Notorious, however, 99%. They just need one retake. They have 3 ults already with the Resurrect, sorry, coming up soon. Graviton going to be up soon. The Sound Barrier also going to be up soon. This is everything Notorious needs to push in here. 5 ults on the board to get this last push. Just looking for effective use out of them. Icy Suspect getting the kill onto Ware right off the bat. Another kill out of Icy. This should be enough here, but Zealot going to be taken down as well. The Earthshatter going to have to come in and just to keep them in this fight, and no mercies are around here. It's just DPS and Reinhardt's left on the board right now. I mean, good play there by Icy to keep or to get Excel out of that fight. Now it is just up to Notorious to push onto this this objective very quickly here. They have the time, they have the numbers, going to push in. Both sound barriers are out. See if Arctic Wolf is able to stay alive though, as he's going to be knocked into the pit. Going to be very close for him. But Ware going to be taken down again before the res can come up. Delirium get a kill to try to make it even. Black Soul actually falling into the pit, so this is actually a very even fight, but the res comes in from Zealot. This should keep Notorious alive on the point for longer. Yes, it is going to be enough. Delirium taken down in the middle of channeling that rocket barrage, and this is going to be the first map, I think going the way of Notorious, but Ware on the point, no, unable to get that resurrect up in time. And yeah, Notorious should be taking this map of Nepal 3-2, but God, please just stop. Someone win this game so I can stop talking. Delirium and Ghost back on the point. Ghost staying alive, doing everything that he can, but no. Eventually a swing of the hammer and yeah, there we go. Finally,
we got
Notorious coming out on top.
We got
oh boy. Whew. The Overwatch, the guy who loves watching Overwatch in me really hopes that we see One Trick come out and in a 3-2 fashion take Lijiang Tower to bring us to the third map, which I'm sure would go 3-2 as well. But the caster in me, who has to cast tomorrow and the next day and the day after that, really hopes that we're coming to the end here. But regardless, 3-2 on Nepal. We're going into Lijiang Tower. Notorious up 1-0 in this series, so we'll see what ends up happening here.
Just from watching that, I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to avoid thinking about the future. Oh,
yeah. Sure.
All right. Well, there goes Nepal for the side of Notorious, and let's go to Lijiang. Oh my God.
Huh?
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
Sure. I'm setting the timer for me. We so we're in this best of 3. They picked all King of the Hill, which goes a total of 5 rounds. If you know, it goes to all, it's a best of 5 basically. First one went to best of 5. So these two teams are very evenly matched, and they are threatening to make me do 3 best of 5s in a row, which would not be fun for my voice. But anyways,
We have one more
getting in
series.
here on Lijiang, yeah, and we've got another series after this too. Holy cow! Getting in here on Lijiang Tower, see whether these two teams decide to mix anything up. They were running complete mirror comps on the last map, so I'm seeing a little bit of a difference out of the side of Notorious. They're running Zealot on the Zenyatta instead of the Mercy. I wonder why they're doing that. I mean, can you think of any reason, Mega?
I'm sorry, pardon?
Why they would switch off of the Mercy in favor of the Zenyatta here. You know, the Mercy seemed to work for them on the last map.
Well, it's mainly because Zela is a very good Zenyatta. This isn't the first time he's been going Zenyatta tonight. he is very capable of doing it. Whereas they're probably exploiting the fact that Callie is a majority known for her Mercy play. Not that many people have seen her on other supports, and maybe they're trying to take advantage of that with the Discord org.
Yeah, definitely
And it
been a lot
looks
of
like it's working.
a lot of mercy out of Kale today so far. And you know, I think that might be a bit of a weakness for them, not having. We did talk about a little bit of a lack of flexibility, but that being said, both teams back regrouped together. We are going to see One Trick trying to group back up and push in here. The charge coming out early, but going to be met with, a nice Zarya bubble there. Black Soul taken down, Zealot taken down immediately afterward. And some good Rhyme play from Excel. And yeah, gonna be enough, should be enough to get One Trick established on this point. But of course, Icy Suspect still putting in work up top on that Pharah, keeping this thing delayed as long as possible, gets him up to 34%. So there is a little bit of a silver lining here, but a couple of ults on the board for One Trick here. They've got the Earth Shatter and the Pulse Bomb ready to go. So Black Soul with the Earth Shatter as well. Make sure this next fight looking like it could be a bit of a nail biter here, but we are going to be coming in here and both teams getting reestablished. No kills coming in just yet for either team, but trying. And actually, the first 2 kills are coming in for Notorious, 3 kills actually. And they look like they're going to be able to get in here. Wickheld does not have this Resurrect and actually is going to be taken out there at the end of that fight. So a little bit less of a nail biter than I thought it was going to be, but you know, we still have a whole bunch more series left to go. And you know, given how that first game went, it still is quite a few nails left to bite. We do see the entire side of Notorious with their ults up and ready to go, though. So they're going to be holding very strong, I think, on this push here. And yeah, Ghost is going to be taken down early on in that push. So definitely not going to be... Oh, Graviton does come out, and then the Pulse Bomb. Jacko, again, wants to be getting play of the game, game after game. Jacko putting up the Pulse Bomb right on top of that Graviton. I don't know if he had the same, you know, the gymnastics on top of the bodies afterwards that he did last time, but either way, Jacko having a hell of a game today. But we are going to see a sound barrier initiation out of the One Trick here. Not enough, though. The Trance and the Rocket Barrage able to stop them dead. But Resurrect comes in. They are going to be able to push in, and the Graviton gets a couple members of Notorious trapped on this point. They are going to go down, and that should be enough. One Trick looking like they might be able to retake this. However, Nate doing work on this Zarya, continuing to put in work, but finally taken down by Delirium. Still, though, Jacko alive and on the point, keeping them in this fight. And I'm not sure whether One Trick's going to be able to cap this. That is going to be Lucio going down as well. Jacko still blinking around, dashing, keeping his team alive. Just going to be Ray and then Yada, I think, left on this point. And yeah, that is going to be that. Ware trying to come in with the res. Delays it a half second longer, but going to be taken down. And that is going to be 1-0 for Notorious on Lijiang Tower. So, I mean, maybe they're going to do me a favor and get this series to an end, but, you know, I wouldn't keep One Trick out of it just yet. They definitely have one trick or two up their sleeve still.
As we come on to the night market here, though, maybe more favorable towards One Trick over here for the simple fact that now the Pharah has a lot more space to work with, and Discords might not be as useful as, for example, the Pharmacy combo. We'll have to see what happens, but for this round specifically, with what they're running, I would have to give the edge to One Trick.
Well, we will have to see what ends up happening here as we get into the night market. Both teams, you know, that Pharah v Pharah battle definitely going to be a big one to watch. Goshki getting the first kill here, and the second actually taking out both supports for the side of Notorious, and that should be enough here for One Trick to take advantage and you know, and end up winning this fight. But of course, you know, don't really count. Nah, okay, there we go. Now we can count Notorious out. I think Notorious going to lose that first fight, and One Trick establishing an early lead on the point. But you know, not really able to get anything built up for the. Oh no, I for some reason I thought the Notorious still running the Mercy. Anyways. Carrying on, Zealot going to be taken out immediately, actually, by that Pharah, so still not able to help out at all as that Zenyatta. So, I mean, this is probably going to be One Trick holding on. I think Notorious should probably just take the loss on the chin and back out already, but it doesn't look like they're going to. They're going to continue pushing forward into a 5v6, and that's not a winning fight. Definitely not a winning fight here for Notorious. Not sure why they are making this push.
Well, what I said did turn out to be true. They did drop off the Zenyatta and decided to go with the pharmacy, realizing that it's too much open space for a Zenyatta to be useful. And as we go into this, Reza, Ghosty nearly dying. A big bang combo has to be happening. Ghosty drops it off. 3 big picks, and the res is not up yet, and 4 kills, 5 kills, they're resetting.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Notorious having a very difficult job, or difficult time rather, getting established on this point. They are up 1-0 in the lead, but they are almost up to 80% for One Trick here, and Notorious still hasn't touched this objective yet. So, looking for a chance to break in now. They do have a couple of ultimates at their disposal, so looking for a chance to make good use of those. They do need to take out Kale on that Mercy though, and if they don't, then this entire push could be for nothing. But initiation coming in, the Earth Shatter comes in, not really able to get much out of it, but Suspect does get 1 kill. Still, Mercy alive though, Zealot taken down, and that is probably going to, yeah, the res going the way of One Trick, and that means Notorious not going to have the sustain that they need on this point, whereas One Trick back up to full strength, going to slowly but surely win the war of attrition. And what did we say? It's now 1-1 on Lijiang Tower. This series is proving time and time again that.
Bro, I don't blame you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
at least you have tomorrow off, alright? At least you're not gonna be here tomorrow.
yeah, I have a tournament to cast tomorrow. Like,
Which tournament are you casting tomorrow? Or is Amateur doing his 1 day earlier?
it's the Amateur Games Platinum
He's doing it
Platinum
on
and lower
Friday?
tourney. Yeah, there's the Platinum and lower tomorrow, and the Diamond and higher on Sunday or Saturday rather. But anyways, we are now onto the Garden stage of Lijiang Tower. So both teams sticking with the same compositions. You know, no reason to change necessarily so far. See what ends up happening. Icy Suspect getting down very, very weak though. Doesn't have that Mercy there to back him up that Delirium's has, and as a result, well, actually, Jacko and Black Soul getting the first couple of kills going their way. So good chance for them. Yep, this is going to be Notorious. Slowly but surely getting established here. Delirium's, of course, still alive. They don't really have an answer. With Zealot on the Zenyatta, I think, honestly, Zealot probably should go back to the Mercy, because this Mercy, the Pharah versus Mercy, sorry, the Pharah and Mercy versus just Pharah in the air is leaving Icy Suspect at a serious disadvantage when he takes a rocket and is unable to be healed up afterwards. So, but still able to do plenty in the ground war, taking out that Lucio there and the Zarya right afterwards. So Icy Suspect, despite not having the Mercy support, still doing a lot of work on this Pharah. It's just, I think this Pharah v Pharah battle, he is in a bit of a disadvantage in, as long as Delirium has that Mercy pocket there for him. But they are holding on to this point. Jacko does have his Pulse Bomb, a couple of ultimates ready on the side of One Trick. They're going to try to rotate all the way around through the white room here and get a new angle so that they don't just push into the Pharah. But Icy Suspect just got the, wow, just a nice rocket onto Ghost and has the rocket barrage as a result. We're going to see Jacko coming in from behind, trying to get some work done onto Ware as well. And, you know, just basically being a nuisance in the back line. Jacko, however, going to be taken down. Earthshatter is going out from both sides, but not connecting for Notorious. One Trick immediately capitalizing on that and wiping the entirety of Notorious off this point. But same thing as last round, we're seeing the opposite side, where now Notorious up to 73% on the point. One Trick just barely getting their first capture. So One Trick gotta hold on for a while here. Notorious has a few opportunities to come in, and they already have the Grav and Rocket Barrage as well. They've got a whole lot. They've got 4 ults ready to go already, so they could very conceivably take this fight right now, win the fight, and come out on top, as long as they manage to take down Kale on that Mercy. Kale doing a good job of hanging back, senses the initiation coming. That's gonna be Kale all the way back, just not even coming close, but doesn't even need the res. The kill going the way of One Trick, actually, despite the initiation from Notorious. But smart of Notorious there. They did use the sound barrier, and I think they did this on purpose. The sound barrier came out and was able to bait out a couple of ults from the side of One Trick, but they did not use the Graviton. They didn't use the Rocket Barrage. They didn't use the Pulse Bomb. So now they're coming in with 3 team wipe ults ready to go. And I mean, if they're smart here, they'll just take a team wipe. Yeah, they're going to want to back up here for sure, not continue pushing this. Jacko on the point, going to delay it, but 70% on the point here for One Trick. But still, Notorious has the ults they need for this next fight. Again, still need to take out Kale on that Mercy, but if they can get in and get Kale into a Graviton, they are looking good to turn this around and end up coming out on top of this map. But Nate coming in, looking for a chance to grab, and just looking for that Mercy, doing a very, very good job of staying way, way, way in the back and not going to be caught up in that Graviton. And actually, okay, the kills are going the way of Notorious, and they do capture the point, but the res comes in afterwards. And the Rocket Barrage actually comes in after that, so this might be a chance for One Trick to, you know, they lose the point, they let Notorious get a little bit of control on here, but One Trick wins the team fight, and as a result, they are going to be the ones who end up walking away with the Garden stage of Lijiang Tower. 2-1 for One Trick, turning this around. They were down 1-0, now up.
Well, it was expected. They're running the Zenyatta. Maybe that is Zeal's comfort pick, but because of that, Zenyatta is on the ground and he doesn't really have any self-defense. His self-defense technique is really him being offensive. Now, if they keep the rosters that they've been keeping for the past 2 rounds, which they're not, now this is a time where I would say keep the Zen in this map, where it favors Zen because of the close quarters combat. But because they try fighting Zenyatta on a big range map, there aren't rooms for Zenyatta high, so it really screws them over, as predicted. But in this, it's gonna be all down to like El Giaco and Ghostly. Whoever can infiltrate the backline better or catch the Mercy when they drop is gonna get the win. But Icy Suspect already gained first pick, but doesn't matter because Delirium is also going to work on the back line along with Nate. The side of Notorious, just 4 picks already. Delirium just trying to get support, trying to pick up the support, but it might be a little bit too late. As we continue this, Ulta, nobody is gained really. Ulta, the team fight being pretty equally spread out, everyone doing their job. Closest one right now is Delirium and Icy Suspect, the 2 farers of each team, along with the Tracers.
Yep, and coming into this next fight, El Jacko definitely going to get that Pulse Bomb up fairly quickly here. Going to probably look for a chance to plop it onto Kale or someone like that. Actually going for the pick onto Reinhardt instead. Very good pick, and it's going to open up the rest of this fight here for Notorious. They can now push forward without worrying about the shielding of One Trick, and they are doing that. They're forcing One Trick all the way back into their spawn, forcing them to go for a full regroup here. One Trick going to get that Rhine shield back, and I'm gonna be coming back here though. Actually, no, we're taken out at the last second by a fire strike as they tried to regroup. So Good fire strike there from Black Soul, able to delay this push even more. And now Black Soul actually has the Earth Shatter ready to go as well. So look for some fireworks coming into this next fight. Icy Suspect taking down Ghost, but we're going to be looking for a chance for this Earth Shatter to come in from Black Soul. Jacko getting right onto Excel. Oh, I really question that. Might not have been necessary to be that aggressive, but going to be pushing in now is the side of One Trick into that Rocket Barrage, though. The Res comes in and gets them all back up, but the Earth Shatter immediately afterward puts them back down again. But Delirium taking out Black Soul, will it be enough? It might be with this Rocket Barrage on top, but no, Jacko there to help out the rest of his team, and as a result, you know, despite these kills still somewhat going the way of One Trick a little bit, they are staggered and they're going to have to come in. There's 3 of them that are going to be able to make it on the point first, and then the other 3 are coming in a little bit slower behind them. But Graviton comes in for One Trick, going to have to make good use of this. Delirium's getting 2, but Zealot has the res. The res picks up 2, and then the Pulse Bomb into the grab and picks up 2 of their own, where does not have that Resurrect up just yet for One Trick. So One Trick looking like they might be in trouble here as they are slowly but surely losing members on this point. Nate going in on that Zarya. High charge yet again, going to clear out the point. Notorious evening up Lijiang Tower 2-2. And this could go one of 2 ways. This could go one of 2 ways. Oh man.
No, if it's night. Oh no.
And it is Night Market.
They're gonna win. They're gonna win. We're gonna go to a 3rd map.
One Trick previously was successful on this map of Night Market. So, I mean, One Trick does look like they have the advantage coming into this, but you know, I definitely, they aren't running the Zenyatta anymore. I think that was the major difference, was having Zealot on the Zenyatta instead of the Mercy. Now Zealot is back on the Mercy, and they're doing a lot better. So we'll see whether they're able to close it out here, or whether we get a map 3. But coming in, getting things started, it looks like Notorious is going to take a new approach. They're going to push all the way around to the point and try to just get control on the objective right off. Probably a smart play. Deny the sightlines, the open space for that Pharah. Because if Ray, very weak, actually 2 taken down immediately for the size of One Trick, and that's going to be Notorious, giving themselves an early advantage on this objective, looking to take control. And
that was a very smart move on their part to take it inside the point. Because if the Zenyatta, when that was on Zenyatta show anything, it was that they're not comfortable on fighting very in close places. But now that they've got the Mercy, El Jacko is getting really close, needs to back away and get healed. But now that they've got the Mercy and they're on equal fields, Icy and El Jacko sadly just I would say at least better than their counterparts right now. But as this fight continues, El Jacko gets picked off by Ray. They've got the man advantage. You have to assume that they're gonna push it right now. Everybody backing off. Ray getting a second pick. Icy trying to pull it back, but sadly is not enough. 4 picks on the side of One Trick, but it looks like they're losing it. Icy Suspect can only do so much.
Yeah, One Trick definitely did a very good job on that push there, and they were able to save all of their ults. They've got the Resurrect ready to go. Resurrect on the other side as well as the Earth Shatter. So probably going to be some ults coming in during this next fight. We'll see whether there's a pick or anything. Yes, that is Icy Suspect getting onto Delirium, able to get the first pick, and Ware taken out. So the Resurrect taken away from the side of One Trick, still available. No, Zealot actually taken out as well. Neither Resurrect a factor in this fight, and now it is just going to be Tracer versus Lucio on the point. That certainly favors Tracer, you would think. Jacko having a hard time finishing off Gray though, and now going to have to deal with the Pharah Mercy coming back in for the side of One Trick. Kale, however, taken out immediately. Good play by Icy, coming back in off of the spawn, getting both Kale and Delirium, and that gives them the chance they needed. Notorious looking like they're going to retake this point. They do. 53% on the point for One Trick, and slowly ticking up, crossing the 50% line for Notorious now. One Trick, however, look at their ults on the board right now. They have 5 ults ready to go, and only 2 on the board, almost a third from Jacko coming up for Notorious. So definitely going to be important that they get a pick early on for Notorious, but doesn't happen. Delirium taking out Zealot right off the bat. Gonna be a huge pick. No resurrect, but Jacko with 3 from that pulse bomb, and then the rocket barrage coming in behind as well. That is going to slow down at the very least the capture from One Trick, if not fully stop it altogether. Jacko still alive on this point as well as his Farah counterpart, but Jacko taken down finally. That might be enough. But the res coming in, bringing Jacko back to life, not what One Trick wanted to see here. However, One Trick, Delirium's getting some very good rockets after that resurrection, still getting the kills. 92%, still building up though for Notorious. They might be able to delay this into overtime at the very least. They do, yes, they do manage to get it into overtime. Arctic Wolf, last man standing on the point, gonna be taken down, but they got it to overtime, and they only they got enough time for maybe 2 fights here if they're smart about it, and especially if Nate gets that kill here and staggers out Excel. If they're smart, which they really do need to be, they really do need to play it slow here and not let any more go down. But Nate going to get that kill, gonna take out Ware on the Mercy as well. Jacko coming in with some huge kills here at the end of the game. Nate finishing off Goshi, taking out his counterpart, but Goshi gonna be one of the last ones left here. Goshi and Excel gonna be the last ones here, and Ghost gonna have to come back in. Not sure he's gonna be able to delay for long. Point's gonna flip back over to Notorious. Gonna have to get back in delay here, but not gonna be able to. Notorious takes the game, takes the series 2-0.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Notorious, for saving my voice another match. But very, very intense series there. Absolute coming out of Notorious and One Trick. Neither one of them wanting to be fully eliminated out of this qualifying tournament. At the end of the day, it is going to be Notorious coming on the back of Jacko with just, oh man. Yeah, Notorious with the rematch up against Lionheart. It was a very, very tight matchup last time, ending up on a matter of inches on Hollywood. So Notorious up against Lionheart in our finals here, deciding who gets to go on to our next tournament. That's definitely going to be an interesting matchup here.
Alright, oh well, at least XL's team gets to go to bed. Oh god, I feel bad. What?
That's the 3. We gotta play enough.
Shut up.
Yep. Win the first.
What? No, we're not. Why? No, let's do a best of 5 then, bro. Nah.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
Mm.
I'd rather do 2 best of. A bitch if we
Oh.
have to do 2 best of 3.
Okay, but if Notorious wins, that is, right?
No. If Lionheart wins, because Lionheart's in the winners.
No, if Lionheart wins, then it's only 1 best of 3.
Right. Okay, I did. Sorry, I misunderstood. Okay, yeah. If Notorious wins, we have another one. If Lionheart wins, we do not.
Are you
Got it.
even
online?
I forgot. Who am I inviting? Rip. That's who. Are they online?
I hope they're online. I mean,
the series reset, so technically speaking, Vicey McSpicy is online. They can get him back.
yes, they can.
Technically speaking. Let's see. Where is Rip? There's Rip. Alright, tell me when you're ready. For numbers.
Uh,
117 244. Notorious ready, waiting on Lionheart.
Alright, we're doing a best of 5.
Alright, best of 5. Thank you.
Okay.
I. Oh my god, it's 11:30, 11:40. Oh, how many viewers do we have?
So this is what's going down.
What?
So it's gonna be a best of 5 with Lionheart starting 1-0.
Perfect.
Up 1-0.
Exactly. Alright, that's a good.
Notorious has to win 3 maps and Lionheart has to win 2.
Perfect. That's exactly what I want. I feel that's completely fair. Well, thank you, Lionheart. They banned Nepal.
Thank God. If we never see
And
Nepal again, it will
Ilios.
be too
And
soon. Oh,
Ilios. They're taking out all the King of the Hill maps. Oh god.
definitely a smart call on their part, though, because we look at what happened in the last
They
series
took out
between these two
Oasis too.
teams.
They took
Yeah,
out
we look at what
Oasis.
happened in the last series between these two teams, and Notorious took a quick 1-0 lead, and then Lionheart had to bring it back on both of the hybrid maps. So definitely smart move for them to remove
And Lee
King
Zhang
of the
Tower.
Hill
All
from
King of
the
the Hill maps
equation.
are gone. All King of
Good.
the Hill maps are gone. They realized that
Thank.
they're strong on King of the Hill. They learned. We learned that we don't want to cast King of the Hill games because they're
Yeah,
too long.
I am good with King of the Hill not being a factor in this next
Alright,
series.
so we've got Anubis, Dorado, Hollywood, Kings Row, and Eichenwald. Those are the maps we're having.
4 maps. These are the 4. These are the 5 maps.
Okay, so
Eichenwald Temple.
Oh yeah, 4 maps, yeah. So we get Anubis regardless. Thank you for that. Hollywood will be the last map if needed. Anubis will be the third map. So now it's either Dorado or Kings. They gotta ban Dorado. Kings is way stronger for Notorious. Kings gotta be stronger for Notorious. Everyone always plays it. Actually, they might pick Dorado just to fuck with them. Could throw them off guard.
Well, Dorado's a better fair map.
It is, but you gotta remember, like, the rest of the team, like, yeah, we're going King Row. Yeah, but it's like Dorado's like a better map overall for like Lionheart.
are we starting on Dorado or Kings Row? Which one?
Kings Row, then we're going to Dorado.
So Kings, Dorado, Anubis, Hollywood if necessary. I guess Anubis is if necessary too.
Uh, yeah, Kings Row. If if Lionheart wins Kings Row and then Dorado, then we're done. If they won, then we'll go to Anubis, and if they lose 2 games, we'll go to Hollywood for the decider.
All right. Well, in the name of some interesting Overwatch, I'm definitely hoping to see all these maps. I would love to see the first 3 of these maps because we haven't seen Dorado or Anubis yet tonight. We have seen both Kings Row and Hollywood, but not quite as much as that King of the Hill stuff. We've seen a whole lot of that, and of course, I haven't seen any Anubis. You know, I don't think anyone
We
really.
haven't seen any 2CP in general.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really misses 2CP that much, but hey, you know, we're gonna throw a little bit in here if absolutely necessary. So we will see what these two teams are deciding to run as they get set up here. Looks like Icy is going to be on that defensive fair. They're going to be running that very aggressive defense that they like to run for the side of Notorious. Going to have okay. Nate was on the Roadhog. Looks like he's going to swap over onto the Zarya. Definitely seen him put in a lot of work on that hero. On the attack, not quite sure what they're going to be running just yet. Definitely a lot of time for them to change things up. They do have a new addition to their team, replacing who? Who is
Icy
it?
McSpicy, because he
Icy
thought the games were over.
No, someone else. C Seplo is a new person for them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but either
Well,
way,
that starts up for the series then. Well, that's the roster series. So they're good.
gotcha. But the dive immediately going to come in with Ginger as the first one, jumping on top of this Lucio, and they do take him down immediately. Arctic Wolf taken out right off the bat, but Caesar taken out as well, so this is going to be an even fight here. Of course, that does favor the attackers, so as long as Ginger able to get established on this point and maintain some positioning, they should be able to come out on top here with these continued trades. Of course, Zealot getting very, very close to that resurrect, and Nate continuing to do work at high charge. So, might be easier said than done, and actually it looks like Notorious is going to be starting to reestablish themselves a little bit on this point, pushing back the side of Lionheart just a little bit here.
Well, it's mainly because I would actually suggest maybe possibly running a Widow here. If somebody, because the Widow is a reliable counter to the Pharah, and on the map like King's Row where there's a lot of high ground, you could really take advantage of it. But right now the dive comp, we've seen them run it all day today, and it's had mixed results very much. But big bomb onto Black Soul, killing him and giving them the advantage of no Lionheart, no main tank. They should dive in and take advantage right now, which exactly they are. Barrage coming from both sides. Icy getting the better deal of the half. Rez coming out for the side of Lionheart. Graviton coming out too on the side of Notorious, but sadly no follow through. Nobody was ready for it. And Farah's all up, going into the back line, and nobody's focusing her, nobody's contesting her.
But big kill there coming down as Zealot is taken out, and well, actually not quite that big because wow, Cake and Ripsnort taken out immediately afterwards. So they're not able to take advantage of the opportunities that they're getting. They managed to take out the Mercy, but by the time they actually have the team here to take advantage of it, Mercy's back in. They're gonna have to get on to Zealot in the back line here now, but Zealot has the sound barrier, keeping it a little bit more healthy, and it's going to be even more difficult. Finally, Zealot does go down. No res on the side of Notorious on this defense, so now they can come in. Finally, these kills are going to be permanent, and there's a chance here that Lionheart may be able to, yep, they are going to be able to get themselves established on this point. Finally going to capture it up with a little bit over a minute left once everything ticks down. With the speed of their, I guess not the speed, with the lack of speed of their attack, it's definitely going to take a strong attack from them in order to make it through this streets phase and complete out the map. But we do see a couple of ultimates on both sides, actually mirror ultimates on both sides. We've got Tracer and Mercy both ready to press triangle on either side, so we'll see what ends up happening in this next fight as that payload gets moved forward through that big arch. I mean, Icy Suspect continuing to do a lot of work on this Pharah, but we will see both teams getting aggressive in here. Pulse Bomb coming in from Seplo and actually able to pick up two. The res is available, so yeah, they are going to use that res. Zealot is going to pick up two members of his team, but still kills going the way of the defenders. A good block there by Ginger on that Earthshatter, putting down the bubble at the perfect time. But Icy Suspect with that rocket barrage, definitely putting an end to that attack right then and there. Very good ultimate by Nate to set it up as well with the Graviton, but the two of them combining to absolutely shut down any sort of Lionheart push there right off the bat. Lionheart coming into this next fight with only the rocket barrage at their disposal, but nothing on the side of Notorious to defend against this. So we will see whether they're able to make anything happen with that barrage as we do get coming into this next fight. Black Soul looks like he's going to be targeted, but not actually. He's going to escape. Jacko getting onto Ripsnort after he takes down Nate, but kills are going both ways. It's currently completely even on this point. Black Soul being taken down though. Actually, both both Reinhardt being taken down mean that it's all about the DPS at this point, and Farah still being alive on the defense, Icy Suspect, means that this attack is going to have a hard time. Jacko also doing a ton of work on this Tracer, as always, but slowly but surely, they are going to get this moving forward. Lionheart getting kills now, slowly picking off member after member of Notorious, and actually setting Notorious further and further back, where they're actually going to have to retreat back into the final phase. Yeah, and it looks like, Lionheart should be able to push this in without too much more trouble here. Of course, Jacko in the back line is making it difficult for them to complete this objective, and the Earthshatter coming in from Black Soul, as well as Icy Suspect with that Rocket Barrage, but the res comes in, gets them all back up again. Now they do still need to finish these kills though. Cake got the res, but Zealot is still alive with a res of his own, as well as Icy Suspect, and Zealot going to be looking for a chance to use that res any second now, just staying contesting that payload for as long as possible. 25 seconds left on the board. Oh, Zealot not pressing the triangle button. Gotta question that. Might have been the time right there, but they are still on this point. We do see Arctic Wolf doing a great job with delaying. Black Soul gonna be taken down, but Jacko and Arctic Wolf have been on this thing for a good minute straight here. They can't get off though, otherwise it's going to get pushed in. Jacko holding on for dear life, but finally going to be taken out. And yeah, that is actually a res coming in from the defense. Is that going to be enough? Oh, that unfortunately, the Graviton pulls them all off of the cart, and that is actually going to be Lionheart pushing it in through that second objective, getting into our final phase here on King's Row. And, not a whole lot on either team to work with. Graviton coming up for the defense, a Pulse Bomb, almost a Resurrect for the side of Lionheart. But coming in, only a minute left on the clock for Lionheart, so this next fight pretty much going to decide whether they complete the map or not. Nate going to be looking for a chance to use that Graviton, hopefully earlier rather than later. See where he goes to the setup on that. Already at high charge, 65%. Trying to take out this Tracer beforehand, and we'll see whether that's something that's going to happen. But the Pulse Bomb comes in, leaving Nate very weak. However, good hold there by the defense, but the res coming in. The grab has to come out now, along with that Rocket Barrage. Good use of the grab and barrage after the res. They waited just long enough for the res to come in and then threw it on top of it. And that actually should be enough for Notorious to hold out on this last stage. Doing a very good job making good use out of those last minute ultimates here. And 10 seconds left on the clock here for Lionheart to touch the point. They do manage to get a kill onto Nate there. If they can touch, this might be an opportunity for them. And they are going to be able to get Lucio onto the point. Now the rest of them just need to catch up, and more kills are coming in for them, actually. So this is a good opportunity for them. They have a Graviton ready to go. They just need to catch Zealot inside of it, and they can easily finish out this map. No! Zealot taken down on the left side. They don't even need to. Catches 3 on the side, and that is going to be enough for them to complete the map. Very good play there at the end, coming out of Lionheart. Able to pick off the Mercy and other, get a lot of early picks going into that last fight there. As a result, completing the map when it looked like they might not be able to. So very good play out of Lionheart. Definitely setting the stage for Notorious here, putting the ball in their court.
And a very good, strong attack from Lionheart, even though they had no time left. This is coming off from Notorious, who won a very close game against one Trick, who have right now the adrenaline rush. We talk about momentum. I feel like it was a big message that Lionheart could come out and they could break this momentum. But right now, I think for defense-wise, it's going to be a big battle between Cisco and Icy Suspect.
Yeah, absolutely.
The winner of that battle.
Suspect is going to be having a lot of trouble, I think, pushing into Seplo, but he's also going to have Rip Snort to deal with on the Pharah of his own, and they're actually running Cake still on the Mercy. So we'll see whether the problem they started to run into against One Trick starts to come up again, because they're not going to have Zealot playing that Mercy to support the Suspect on the Pharah. So we'll see what ends up being the case here, but I think, you know, I definitely, they've had very strong attacks so far today on the side of Notorious, so I think they definitely can make it through this first objective without too much time wasted, but whether they can complete the map is definitely up for debate, because I don't think they've been able to do that so far yet today. But let's see what they decide to do as they get started. First thing first, Black Soul diving in. Doesn't work for him this time, as he's going to be shredded immediately by Ginger. That is just his move. That's what he does. Jacko does follow up on him very effectively, as well as Icy Suspect, and they are able to get 3 kills out of that. So despite losing their main tank right off of that, and then there's Zarya as well, Nate pushing in. See, I mean, I guess they're able to make that work. I guess that just is a strategy that works for them. They throw in their main
creates so much space,
almost as a distraction. And even if Black Soul dies, the rest of the team is able to come in behind him and clear up the rest of the kills. I mean, it works for him, I guess.
It just creates so much space for the team as a whole, because even though that he didn't kill the Rhine, he pushed the Rhine back, and because of that knockback, the entire team was left unguarded, which made it a lot easier for El Jacko and Icy Suspect to just shoot away without having to worry about shooting a shield.
Absolutely, and I mean that's the kind of thing. As a Rhine main myself, I am always dreaming for a team that follows up on my aggression and you know, it supports me through that. And it definitely looks like Black Soul is getting that right now. Look at how far forward rather this side of Notorious is. They are pushed all the way up to the second checkpoint, pushing up into actually the 3rd zone of the map as well. Just trying to, I mean, this is looking like selfless right now. Selfless GG.
I would say this is a very good call. They have no time left. If you finish it with even over a minute by even 1 second, they're not going to get a second attack. By you pushing them away, you're gaining a lot of ground and you're saving yourself a lot of time. However,
exactly.
Rip is coming right behind them, and I don't think anybody knows. Big Barrage coming out, but does get taken down by Icy, but not before he can kill Black Soul. And Barrage coming out from Icy Suspect, only getting Ginger, but it looks like the fight's over. Questionable res. I thought you guys would have won.
Yeah, definitely didn't need to use that res, but you know, I guess. Either way, even if that res hadn't been used, would have been a pretty significant ult advantage on the side of Notorious coming into this. They've got 3 ults ready to go, another one almost there. Only 2 ults on the side of the defense. They've got the tactical visor though, as well as the graviton. However, that graviton is going to be completely negated by the transcendence. And yeah, I think, well, they're going to probably take this kill onto Ginger. Yeah, that's the kill onto Ginger, absolutely. The tactical visor is still available, though, for Seplo. So we'll see whether Seplo has a chance to use it, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, as, yeah, that's going to be the rest of his team taken down before he can even help out. And that's going to be the second checkpoint unlocked here for the side of Notorious, and a whole lot of time left on the clock here to complete the map. Nearly 5 minutes here for Notorious. Lionheart definitely going to have to find a way to hold them and hold them strong, and that is not a good start, as Rip Snort, the first one to fall here in this 3rd phase. And you know, Zealot doing a lot of good work on that Zenyatta, but you know, they're just keeping this Lionheart team pushed all the way back. They can't even get established outside of their spawn.
They're not pushing the payload. There we go. Now they are.
Right, well, on the bright side, you know, a few seconds off the clock there to help Lionheart. And the tactical visor does come out. That takes out Arctic Wolf and Nate. If they're able to take out Kate rather, this might be, okay, there we go. They do manage, actually Zealot rather on the other side. They do manage to take out Zealot. That is going to be enough for Lionheart to hold on here. Still though, 3 minutes and a half at the very least by the time Notorious gets regrouped here. And I mean, they're not wasting any time either. They like to just get right in here. and they are going to have a few ultimates, almost 5 ultimates ready to go for the side of Notorious as they're trying to finish out this map. And that is going to be huge. That is going to be Mercy down
Big
immediately.
shatter, getting 4 people.
Without Cake's res in that game, this is possibly going to be a bad defense from Lionheart. But Mercy's going to be coming out of spawn any second now. Going to be coming back in, looking for a chance to get this resurrect. Picks up 2 on the point, but the Graviton comes in right afterward. I'm not sure there's the follow-up there for it, though. And yeah, this is going to be Ginger getting kills, continuing to swing in the hammer, doing what he can. And as a result, it looks like it's going to be Lionheart continuing to hold on here, working another minute off of that timer, getting us down below the 3-minute mark, but still a lot of time left for the side of Notorious to complete it, and complete it with a minute left. Yeah, they still have maybe 2 pushes left in which they can complete this map and still have the attack advantage afterward. But we'll see what ends up happening. A bunch of ults online for Lionheart. They have everything they need in order to hold this. Caesar throws out the Graviton right out. Ripsnore and Ceplo following up. So, I mean, this is everything thrown pretty much at the side of Notorious. They are going to be beaten back yet again. Lionheart doing a good job here. I think they invested a little bit too much there. What do you think there, Mega?
My ultimate is charging.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm very sorry about that. Just, could you please repeat what you just said? I'm very sorry.
Well, I was thinking, I think they might have thrown a little bit too much at that last fight, but as I say that, you know, they get a pick early on into this fight, so it might not be relevant anymore. However, Nate does manage to get a kill onto Ripsnore, and that's going to be a huge one, as there are 4 ults online now for the side of Notorious.
There's about to become 6 ults online for Notorious.
Yeah,
so
they definitely have a chance here to push in and get this last push. Especially, they've got that trance coming in, and the Earth Shatter from Black Soul takes out Ginger as well. So this should be enough to get it moving forward, but no, Caesar getting a kill in the backline is going to keep them alive and in this fight. Cake still has that res, and we're getting down below a minute here for Notorious. So that 5 minutes that they rolled into this last phase with, they are now down to a minute. And I mean, the ultimate advantage as well. They've come from having 5 ults to 1, to going all the way down to, you know, it's pretty even coming in this next fight. So definitely going to be a lot of fireworks, a lot of ultimates on the table coming in here. We will have to see which side comes out on top, as probably Caesar's going to be looking for a chance to use that Graviton. But first person to go down is Ginger. Caesar taken down immediately after himself. Cake, though, still has this res, gonna come in, use the res, picking up 2. We have to see this Graviton soon. There is the Graviton actually from the attackers. Nate calling that in, taking out 2 with Icy Suspect. Both the supports down for the side of Lionheart, but
and now you got a question, are they even gonna finish this map with 20 seconds left with the huge ult advantage that Lionheart does have? Are they
have one last chance here. Arctic Wolf coming in with the sound barrier, looking for a chance to get onto this point. Gonna go ahead and get on here. Overtime will be a thing, but we're gonna have to use the sound barrier very quickly. There it goes. Sound barrier, the Graviton in the back line, as well as the Earth Shatter, and that looks like it is going to be going the way of Lionheart. Lionheart picking up all the kills. Jacko doing what he can, but not quite enough. As, yeah, Notorious going to be kept from completing this map. Lionheart going to take Kings Row, and given their free win in this series, they're going to be up 2-0 and on the verge of taking this pre-qualifier.
That would be nice.
It would be nice to be able to, you know, go to bed at a normal time. But yeah, but
normal, it's 12 a.m. How normal is that?
On the other hand,
but how many viewers do we have? We gotta have like 10. We're at 50 at 12 a.m.
Hey man, they've been good games. You know, people want to keep watching games like this.
They have been good games. This is definitely worth it. Like, just,
We've got
just not
the
for us.
we've got the tier one casting squad here too. Like I think
Bro, I'm like tier 8, tier 9? Like,
like
I
tier
can't even
tier
find
420, dude. Like
Bro, Rob 420 through. I don't care what anyone says.
but anyways, Lionheart 2-0 up in this series. I mean, if Notorious does make this comeback here, they will have absolutely earned keeping us up until 1 a.m. I will give them that. You know,
If they
it
make a
definitely
comeback, we're gonna
they
stay up
have
longer than 1 a.m. You realize that, right?
yeah. I mean, if I don't know, man. I don't know. Dorado is going to be our next map. I don't know which side I would say this favors. I think Lionheart probably would have to have a little bit of the advantage in my
I would
mind coming into this, but I'm
I
not
was
sure.
actually saying Notorious for the simple fact that, like I said at the very beginning, Lionheart went through some massive roster changes where Notorious has been together for quite a bit. So they've got the synergy, and on a payload map where everyone has to do their job, everyone has to do their roles, that might be a little bit more important than mechanical skill, per se.
The moon?
Yeah, yeah, that's the lore. That's actually based off the lore. There is a city up there.
Moon map.
You're a moon map.
I
Bro,
think that's
it's
the
because you're
Traveler.
bright. What's it called? Horizon? Or what was it called? Blake, do you remember the name? Uh, yeah, Horizon. Yeah, it'd probably be called that. And probably be based off
All right.
Winston's lore.
Well, getting things started here, we are going to see Notorious on the attack this time right off the bat. Going to be running a fairly standard comp for them. Same exact thing they've run pretty much this entire tournament so far. Zealot actually going to be on the Mercy this time to support Icy Suspect on the Clara, so we'll see whether that works out for him. Triple tank composition coming in from Lionheart on the defense. This is what worked out so well for him the last time they played against Notorious, so see whether it works out for him again. Rip Snort coming in big already. Hook onto El Jacko, gets that kill, and that is going to slow down this offense just a little bit here. El Jacko switching onto the Junkrat. We'll see whether that stays. Actually, Icy Suspect getting a kill onto Caesar there. Gonna give them an opportunity to move forward, and maybe with that bit of forward space they have, yeah, Jacko now has a whole lot more space to operate with.
Damage onto
So
the
yeah,
shield.
this is gonna be a lot of explosive damage, just shredding the shields of and the tank composition of the side of Lionheart. And actually, this might be a very creative answer to the triple tank that, you know, I don't think I've ever seen Junkrat ran as an answer for triple tank before, but definitely a creative answer to that.
My healing spell is upon you. I am still.
Bro, if Caesar doesn't get 5 quintuple kills, somebody's throwing. Because their Mercy's on the payload, their Mercy's not even with them.
Yeah, it is Zealot all alone on the payload right now, just the only one keeping it moving forward. I mean, that's all you really need when the rest of the team is keeping the kills staggered as much as they are. Seplo getting a bunch of kills there, but gonna get caught in that graviton, and actually somehow going to survive that. I think the sound barrier came out from Creepy there. Going to be keeping his team alive, but Notorious continues moving this cart forward. They are up all the way around the church and getting into this final little phase of the streets phase of Dorado. And while, I mean, a good tactical advisor there coming out from Seplo, able to pick up one being Icy Suspect, and probably one of the more important kills to get on this Notorious team is taking out Icy. So Good play there, but still going on here. The Earthshatter comes out, doesn't really get much for it. I mean, kind of feel like Notorious needs to back up, but they are still getting kills. Arctic Wolf taking down Ripsnort there, and then Nate getting a kill on the Caesar. So, well, the Reds coming out, delaying that slightly, but Grav coming in immediately afterward might be enough for them to keep moving forward. This is honestly
Definitely is.
very back and forth. Yeah, Notorious finally able to come out on top there. Long drawn out fight lasting a little bit over a minute, but Notorious is going to push it in through the third payload. 4:40 left on the timer. Yeah, definitely a lot of timer. But we did see them come into last phase with that much time on King's Row, and they were unable to complete the map. So we'll see whether they are able to do any differently on Dorado here. They do have a couple of ultimates ready to use. Caesar, the only one. Oh, Caesar and Ripsnor actually with ultimates on the defense. So now is the time, though. Now is when Caesar needs to go in and drop that Graviton, as they do have the man advantage. They do drop it. Ripsnor with the Rocket Barrage, gonna get 3. And yeah, that is exactly what they needed right there. Gonna stop this payload dead in its tracks and start ticking some time down off of Notorious's clock. And this is exactly what Lionheart did last time. They, Notorious did a very good job of running through them for the first couple of checkpoints, but Lionheart did they were very smart. They saved up their ultimates until they had 2 or 3 to use together, and then stopped them in the last checkpoint and never let them move beyond that. So we will see the side of Notorious pushing in, trying to change the way that works this time, but Jacko getting taken out first off by Ripsnor, and that is not going to be a good start for him. 3.5 minutes left on the clock here to finish out the map for Notorious, and they're just getting kind of stalled out here by the Lionheart defense. Kills going both ways, but right now with it this close to the defense, it's definitely favoring Lionheart with all of these trades coming in. The Graviton comes in, but no follow-up is going to be there for Nate to get any kills out of it. And I mean, the res does come in from Zealot, so that does give them another chance, but I think they're just getting res into more ultimates here, to be honest. Although the Earthshatter coming in, definitely a big play, and it forces, that's going to give Notorious a chance to move this forward just a little bit. They do still have Creepy delaying the payload just long enough for his team to get back. Very good play by Creepy there. But the rest of Lionheart coming out of spawn right now, going to look for a chance. Actually, Cake taken down right off. No Resurrect going to be available for this next fight. The Sound Barrier comes out from the offense to try to keep their attack going just a little bit longer. Ginger getting a kill onto Arctic Wolf though, so a little bit of sustain gone for the side of Notorious. The res has to come in though from Zealot. Zealot picks up the rest of his team, and now Nate fragging out here at the end. They are slowly but surely getting an advantage on this point, and that is going to be it. They are going to push it in towards the end of the map, completing Dorado with 2 minutes left in the time bank, and that's actually a really, really good time bank here for Notorious. They've been unable to finish any map tonight, but they do manage to finish out Dorado. Very good time made as well. So, looking forward to seeing whether they can hold out here. If they can return the favor that they were given last time and not allow the side of Lionheart to complete the map, then we're going to Anubis, which is really anyone's game.
Yep. Which is honestly dependent on how quick can a team jump in. It really, like, if I'm Lionheart, I don't want to take this to Anubis. For the simple fact that I feel like if we do take it on a map like Anubis, we're just throwing El Jacko into a stronger map pool, to a stronger map, which he might be able to work on.
Yeah, absolutely. El Jacko and Icy Suspect on a dive comp on Anubis is a terrifying thought to behold, for me at the very least. I definitely would not want to be up against those two on Anubis. They both their first point attacks. I don't know how well this would speak for their second point attack on Anubis, but their first point attacks have been so aggressive and so successful throughout the entire tournament tonight that I really, I have to think that no matter what, you're going into the second point with at least 6-7 minutes on the timer to defend, and You know, well, Lionheart's done a good job of defending those last points with a lot of time on the timer on these payload maps. It's a bit of a different story on Assault. So we will have to see. Hopefully, for the side of Lionheart and for all of us who want to go to bed tonight, you know, Lionheart can cap this out and manage to do it with a lot of time. But you know, they have to do it in with a lot of time left in order to have an advantage going into extra rounds here. We'll definitely have to see what ends up happening. We do have Ripsnort going for the underneath flank, trying to get all the way around behind this defending team and maybe knock someone down off of this high ground. That is going to be the attempt here right off the bat, but not quite successful in doing so. We do have El Jacko on the Junkrat again, but going to be taken down immediately by Seplo. So that should give the opportunity that they're looking for to push in here and start to clear out this courtyard. And yeah, there's another one. Zealot taken down by Seplo. Seplo, the only one been in the kill feed so far. There's Ginger joining him there, but absolutely going to be going the way of Lionheart. They are getting all of the kills right now in this still feed, and very, very quickly setting the pace through the first checkpoint of Dorado. 5.5 minutes left on the timer for the second checkpoint. So I mean, they are on pace to match, if not beat, the time of Notorious, just as long as Notorious can't get a handle on themselves. And of course, Cake does have this Resurrect up and available, so this could be enough to keep this attack going, even if Notorious does come up with an ultimate or two and manage to stop the momentum for a little bit. We will see the Riptire coming out from Jacko, not able to make anything happen with it, and this is kind of the story of the game here. They're not getting enough follow-up out of these ultimates. The ultimate, the Graviton does come in, but the Resurrect is there immediately afterwards, but of course the Shatter takes people out as soon as they're resurrected. I mean, this is still going both ways though. Ripsnort getting free of his own, Creepy taking down his counterpart, and the res has to come in for the defense now. But still, you know, the attack moving forward, getting kills left and right, and you know, it's this fight is not quite decided just yet. The good hook comes in though, and they are going to keep this moving forward. 4 minutes still left on the clock here as they're going to round the corner coming around this church. And again, they still have a decent bit of an ult advantage here. Icy Suspect going to be coming out with the Rocket Barrage, and the Sound Barrier going to be coming up for Arctic Wolf, but we have the Earthshatter and the Whole Hog. Probably a Whole Hog going to be coming out pretty soon here, I would imagine, trying to break this shield and look for a chance to get the Earthshatter off. But the Earthshatter comes in anyways, not even necessary, and the first kill going for Ripsnort, he is going to be able to help them push forward here. Jacko doing everything he can right now on the back lines, but Whole Hog coming out, just blasting people backwards. The Rocket Barrage coming in, I'm not sure whether it's going to do anything, but it does get one kill. They just need to clear off this point, and they're going to be able to push it in to the next objective. Just 2 of them left, and yeah, they are able to do so. Icy Suspect last to fall, but 4 minutes left on the clock here for Lionheart. They are certainly setting the pace they need to set here in order to, you know, have an advantage going into extra rounds. Graviton, Resurrect, a couple of other ults pretty close here for Lionheart. 4 ults on the line for Notorious, of course. They have a bit of an advantage coming into this next fight, and Jacko switching onto that Bastion, going to be a bit of a surprise for Lionheart pushing in here. But see what ends up happening as these two teams square off. The Rocket Barrage coming in, but immediately getting hooked out of the sky is Icy Suspect, taken down. 2 kills for the Lionheart squad, and they're gonna need to get onto Jacko here pretty quick. They do get onto Jacko. Jacko goes down. Zealot pulls the res out, and that's gonna keep them moving forward here. Now Cake is desperately trying to stay alive, trying to keep that res alive, but very, very weak is Cake. But doesn't matter. The rest of the team keeps it going right now. Notorious getting pushed back again and again. That's going to be Jacko going down again. Nate again. This is looking like the end here for Notorious at the end of their defense. As now the Rez trying to come back in, not able to make it there just in time, and Lionheart pushes it through. 3:12 left in the time bank versus 2 minutes for Notorious, and now I mean Lionheart doing everything they need to in order to win this map, win this series 3-0, and go on to our tournament this weekend. I'm sorry, I'm just taking a sip of water. Voice is getting tired. I've been doing this for a few hours now, but we are coming up on the end of it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to everyone who's been sticking out and watching our games tonight. There have been some very entertaining games, that's for sure. But on the attack here, starting things out, is going to be Notorious. They have a little bit less time, 2 minutes on their time bank, as opposed to 3:12 for the side of Lionheart here. What Mega, if you're here, what do you expect to see different out of either side here, coming into these extra rounds?
I will not waste this opportunity.
I don't think Mega is here, so either way. Mega is Mega might be sleeping. It is past his bedtime, but getting things started here. Jacko gonna stay on that Junkrat. Surprisingly enough, did get things kind of moving a little bit on this initial push with it. So maybe that is what they're going for here again. Not really able to do a whole lot here, as they're just gonna rotate around to the backside of this choke point and get ready to defend here, as most teams do. But we'll see what ends up happening. Both Black Soul and Arctic Wolf taken down very low, and actually the first kill is going to go the way of the defense. They're going to take 2 down here. Jacko getting a kill of his own, but not sure whether it's going to be enough. Yeah, Jacko's going to be taken down as well. So now the defense just needs to collapse on these kills and clean them up. But actually, a good kill coming out from Zealot there, and Black Soul able to get the kill onto Ginger and onto Ceplo. So now this is actually the defense that are going to be at a disadvantage. And yeah, that turned around very quickly out of a very aggressive pin by Black Soul. These pins from Black Soul are just, they've been game-changing throughout this entire series. But 50 seconds on the clock. I mean, at this point for Lionheart, since you've already given up this first point, you might as well just regroup as a team, wait until overtime comes up, and then win one team fight. That really is all that you need to do here, is win one team fight and then push it a little bit further than you were able to stop them. So we'll see what ends up happening. We're coming down, less than 30 seconds to go in this team fight, and it does look like Lionheart's giving a little bit of space, but probably not going to give too much more space than this. Gonna want to get in here eventually. Cesar getting taken out immediately by that Earthshatter, and I'm just not sure. They do have the res though. The res comes in, picks up all of Lionheart here for a last stand. The last stand is coming in here. Pulse Bomb comes in on the point, but the kills are going the way of Lionheart. Notorious unable to cast their ult before they get taken off of that point, and I think this is going to be Lionheart holding here, possibly, although Black Soul does get in. He's going to be swinging around, but he's going to be taken down eventually as well. And this is going to be Lionheart holding here in the middle of the streets phase, right in front of the church. All they need to do to take this series is move this out in front of the church, and, you know, they will be moving on to our tournament this weekend.
And going the distance on...
Oh, League, sorry.
Wait, so if Lionheart wins, it's game over, right?
What was that, Mega? You Mega
no,
sleep
we're
talking,
going
dude.
versus 5, aren't we? I thought we were doing best of 5, and did you get the 1 map advantage?
Oh
what
my
series
God.
would that be?
Please don't.
Bro, I'm not in the mood.
Yeah, Mega just woke up, dude. Don't give him shit. He just woke up from a nap, dude.
Yeah, bro, I'm just trying to take my nap on stream.
Anyways, we are coming into what could possibly be the last round of our stream tonight. It's been a lot of fun, that's for sure. But we will see the side of Lionheart on the attack here, trying to close things out, trying to push it just a little bit further than Notorious did, and end up taking this series 3-0. Both teams running pretty much the same as they were last time. Jacko on the Junkrat yet again. Maybe it'll be a little bit more effective for him on the defense. I would imagine so, as they're just going to be able to spam into this choke point very, very easily. Not really anywhere else that the attackers can go here. 2.5 minutes still left here for the attackers. You know, they had a little bit more, about a minute extra above what Notorious had. So a good advantage here, but Seplo going to be the first one to fall. Definitely means that Lionheart's going to have to take a break here for a second, back it up, regroup, possibly find a different method of approach. I don't think that pushing into that choke point against the heavy spam comp that Notorious is running is going to be effective. And as a result, yeah, you do see Reinhardt, you do see the rest of the team rotating around, trying to go up top and get onto this high ground. And negate a little bit of the damage that this Junkrat can do. They're going to get the hook onto Black Soul and blow him up immediately. That is a good first pick there coming out for Lionheart, as they're going to use this as an opportunity to push on. Ginger, though, taken down afterwards. The trades are coming in, but they're favoring the defense. But the res coming in definitely means that this attacking push is going to keep going. Lionheart gonna probably cap out this first objective here, and yes, here they are. They are moving forward, rolling on through that first set of gates, and now they just need to cap out through the next 44 meters, and they're going to be able to take this series. So we'll see what ends up happening. We do have a few ultimates on the side of Notorious ready to go. They have Icy Suspect up on the high ground with the Tactical Advisor. He takes out Rip Snort right off the bat, so huge pick there from Icy Suspect. But Seplo taking one down, getting a hook onto Icy Suspect. That is huge. Suspect taken down, can't use the Tactical Advisor, cannot help his team. The whole hog coming out from Seplo in the back line, pushing back the side of Notorious, and they are just trying to close this out right now. Black Soul, however, takes Ginger for a ride. Might be enough to hold on, but Caesar pushing forward still. The whole hog coming out of Nate, gonna push them back. This is a good chance here. It might be enough. But Rocket Barrage coming in from Ripsword gets one kill. The res coming in from the Martorell, going to keep this attack moving. Suspects, however, in the back lines with the Tactical Visor, gets two with it. Going to be enough to hold on. 25 seconds on the clock here. Notorious holding strong. There's one last chance here for Lionheart to make this push, and they don't have any ults. They're going to run out of time here. They're looking at a last second, last chance push coming on right now. Lionheart coming out of the spawn, Soldier up on the high ground. Icy Suspect, they're not going to be able to deal with him before they have to get out there and get onto the payload. So Ripsnort going to have to go deal with him. In the meantime, Seplo getting stuck, takes out Cake as well. That is going to be enough for Notorious to hold on here and take us to Temple of Anubis. Oh, man. Notorious not quite ready to take the loss just yet. Taking Dorado. Very, very close games. Oh man. We are now going on to Anubis, our fourth game of this best of 5, and I mean, holy cow.
Good league.
They are, yeah.
Hey, remember that HGL tournament's also starting on Sunday, so we also have to stream that. I don't know if you forgot about it or not.
Draw Anubis, oh my god, please no.
It's nice to be appreciated.
Oh no, if we get a draw, we have new draw rules.
The draw rules are the simplest.
Yeah, but this time we're actually, because of what happened, we're gonna do all draw deciders actually at the end if needed. At the end of all the maps. So like for example, like if we play all the maps and it's a tie, then we do the drawbreaker after. Otherwise we ignore it. They haven't used their sub yet, so if somebody, like honestly, if somebody hopped off, I'm not.
Can't sub mid-series.
Yeah, you can. One sub though. That's it. No, not even a sub, just a disconnect.
Now entering the
All right. Well, Temple of Anubis going to be our game 4 here in this best of 5 matchup between Lionheart and Notorious. Lionheart currently up 2-1 in the series, but Notorious not taking the loss that easily. You know, definitely bringing us a very, very intense battle on Dorado, that last match, but bringing us to Anubis for the 4th game here. They really want this reverse sweep, and I guess they want to keep us up until 1 a.m., you know. But coming into Anubis, I think we were talking about this a little bit on the last map, and I think this kind of almost favors Notorious. Their first point attacks have been very, very strong throughout this entire tourney. They've been very effective at jumping in, identifying the targets they need to get on top of, and erasing those targets before they have a chance to get any sort of support. So we'll definitely be looking on the attack for the side of Notorious to blast their way right in and get in really quickly. Of course, on their defense right now, they're not going to be running a Reinhardt, so definitely an interesting composition coming out of them here. We've seen them not run a Reinhardt on King of the Hill, but not on any of these
I mean, it's not that bad of an idea against a team like Lionheart that you know is going to be running dive a lot more than normal. I actually don't blame them. But however, if they smarten up and they realize like, hey, they don't have Ryan, let's run Ryan, then you might be in a tough situation. So for now, I would say good call.
Well, Icy getting the first kill there onto Ginger, pretty good rockets there, just being rained down on that front door. And, you know, it makes it very difficult for them to push in, especially without the Reinhardt. But Nate actually going to be the next one to fall, and Jacko taken down right after that. So it does look like this is going to be an opportunity for Lionheart to push forward here, get themselves established on the point, maybe get a tick started here at the very least. And yeah, these kills still coming in for the attackers. Just got to take down a couple more there in the back room. Seplo just baiting out the hook on Black Soul. Yep, that is going to be the first point, going the way of Lionheart here pretty quickly. Only a minute and a few seconds spent here, but they're going to be coming into the second point with a couple of ults already ready. They've got both the rocket barrage and the pulse bomb ready to go here. So look for a very aggressive engage here as they look to take a quick control of Temple of Anubis, pushing in here. They are going to try to engage onto Icy Suspect, and a good Winston bubble there ends up helping take down Icy before Icy can take out the rest of the team. And actually, we do have a rocket barrage coming in from Ripsnort as well, so they are going to push onto this point here in full force. Zealot has the res, Cake has the res as well. It does look like the defensive res is going to come in first, and this might be enough for them to hold on here, but the attacking res is still up and ready to be used in this fight here at any time, so quite possible they decide to go with that. Also possible they decide to wait until Caesar has the Graviton up and ready to go, as if they were to res right now, they wouldn't really have a whole lot to follow up with. So, probably best for the side of Lionheart to just back off, wait until they can get a full 6 back together, build up another couple of ults or so, and then go in, use the res on a push like that rather than trying to force a push early on. They do still have a whole lot of time, but the dive coming in early onto Jacko, trying to take out Jacko immediately is going to be Ginger, but it's going to get whole hogged. That's not going to be fun for him, but most of the members of the defense are going to be taken out, including Zealot, so this could be the opportunity that Lionheart is looking for. They just need to clear out this Lucio and the Zarya here, and they should be looking good. But the Graviton comes out, not able to get anything out of that, but able to delay long enough for the team to come back at the very least. 2 ticks on the board here for Lionheart, trying to finish this out. But the stall coming in, of course, as we see on these second points. But slowly but surely, you know, kills still going the way of Lionheart. It doesn't look like Notorious is able to get any kills of their own right now. Just stalling, just delaying as long as possible. The res still in the back pocket of Cake, just in case it's necessary. And, you know, unless Jacko or Suspect is able to get a kill going real soon here, it's definitely going to be slowly working its way towards the side of Lionheart. They're still getting these kills coming in. Suspect does finally get a kill on the Caesar, but taken down himself. They are still going to have the res. Cake still holding on to that res. Might be the time to use it right now as a tempo res, but who knows? This could be the opportunity still. I mean, the delay is still coming out. That's the thing about these 2 CP maps. You know, Jeff Kaplan told us they were fixed, but Rocket Barrage comes out, delays even more, still delaying. There finally is the res coming out from the side of Lionheart, but still not able to close this out just yet. A little bit past 2 ticks, but they're still keeping people delaying on this point. The side of Notorious is constantly coming back, staggering these spawns, making sure that there's always someone there to keep it from ticking upwards on this point. And this is just this complete hectic right now. The kills still going the way of Lionheart, and the thing is, any other game type and this already would have been over in favor of Lionheart, but because this is 2 CP and they keep coming out with this stall, and finally the res coming back out too, and they're still stalling it. They haven't gotten a kill in nearly 2 minutes, but they've still stalled this entire time. Lionheart unable to close this out just yet, inches away, just seconds away from closing it out, but finally able to get a good team wiping ultimate there. Not quite everyone though, and still May going to be left alive. Mercy taken down finally, and there we go. Finally, Lionheart able to take the point. That last fight lasted what, like 3 minutes? Like, oh my lord!
Around 2 minutes. So you're actually right. Holy, the stall! I'm surprised they did kill a lot of time like that, because it was just straight up one-sided kill fest, but it wasn't organized killing.
Yeah, Notorious did a very good job making sure they came out and stalled effectively, but yeah, I think ultimately it comes down to Lionheart didn't do a good enough job of coordinating who they were firing on and bursting targets down rather than letting them all come back on and stall as long as they did. But
I mean, it's good.
This is Temple of Anubis. These defensive
That's...
spawns are way too close.
Yep. But not only that, but the Mercy was actually really well positioned, normally in a very tough position, to the point where if you focus the Mercy, then Icy or El Jacko would make you pay for not focusing on the fight. So, shout out to Cake on the Mercy, and we have people joining our group.
I don't know why these are all my friends. I don't know why they're all joining us, but they must just see that most of my friends know that I'm a caster, so they see that I'm in a custom game and they come and watch or whatever. But anyways,
a lot of you lost, so they gotta go find the channel.
No one joining now. Gotta go to twitch.tv/PW League. Anyways, coming in to the attacking phase for Notorious here. They are going to be running pretty much a dive comp that we've been seeing out of them. Jacko actually going to be on the Soldier instead of Tracer, which is surprising to me, but a lot of high ground for Soldier to work on here, so definitely not a bad call. But we'll see them immediately diving in, trying to get onto Ginger, see if they can take out this Lionheart right off. But it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Both teams kind of spread out. Not very good coordination here, but Ripsnor able to get the first kill. Jacko immediately responding though. Both teams even here. Caesar straight, still even as both teams are getting kills, but it does look like the defense has a little bit of an advantage here as Ripsnor continues to pile on the kills. Yep, Lionheart is going to hold here. Notorious gonna have to regroup. Able to get a couple picks there, but not really, breaking in all that effectively. And if they're smart, they can push in very quickly and take advantage of the fact that a few members of Lionheart are still running back from spawn. But yeah, actually, Jacko able to get a kill onto Cake before the rest of the team gets back. But Seplo and Caesar going huge. Yeah, definitely carrying their team out of that bad situation. And that is going to be another hold here from Lionheart, holding back Notorious yet again. 2 holds, about a minute and a half gone off the clock here for Notorious. So maybe one more push with this composition. Now they're going to use the Primal Rage and see what they can get out of that. Jacko gets 1 kill, and Nate actually follows up with a kill of his own. So this might be the push they were looking for. Jacko going to activate that Tactical Visor, but the Rocket Barrage comes in as well to follow up on that res. And yeah, I think this is probably the push that Notorious was looking for. Yeah, and here they go. Notorious is looking like they're going to they are going to capture this point. A minute, 2 minutes, a little more than 2 minutes taken down off of their timer. It's going to be coming in with a little over 6 minutes.
Lionheart, they could actually hold the second point. They definitely have the ults to do this, where it's questionable if the side of Notorious does, with 3 ults only up.
They do have the Graviton coming in, which is one of the more important ults to have on this second point, but the first kill going the way of the defenders here, never good for any attacking team, and this is definitely going to be a sign for Notorious. Just back it up and come back in as a full team. No ults used by either side there, definitely very helpful for the side of Lionheart, because really all they need to do is sit back and as long as the attackers don't initiate with their ults, the defense is pretty safe to sit back and wait for their own opening to ult as well. So definitely the defender's advantage as we come into these fights. 6 ults on the table for Lionheart as they're trying to hold this. Graviton does come in. They're going to get negated by a trance, but that Rocket Barrage does enough damage to eat through the 300 heals per second from Trance, and as a result, able to blast right through it. Icy Suspect goes down immediately after, and now, they're just going to be slowly working them back into spawn. If they can split spawn Zealot here, it'll actually be huge, but Zealot going to escape with his life and come back to fight another day. But only 2 ults there used on the side of Lionheart. Very good ult management from them. They still have a bit of an advantage, or an even fight at the very least, coming in here, and Jacko being taken down there by a good hook from Seplo, going to slow down the Notorious offense even more. I'm not sure why Notorious is still, Flexhole looks like he was the only one who was engaging there, but it would have been smarter for them just to all back out. Right now, what they're doing, they're pushing forward. They're coming up into where the poke damage from Lionheart can hit them, and as a result, you see Creepy getting down to half, or rather, you see Nate going down to half health. You see Jacko getting picked off there. All of these things are happening to take time off of the clock of Notorious, and at the same time, you see Caesar and Ripsnor already back up to 80% on their ultimates, which they just used to win the last team fights. So yeah, I mean, at this point, there's no point, there's no chance Notorious can take this point within the time frame that Lionheart did. I mean, they're basically playing for a tie at this point. Icy does come in with a rocket barrage, but does not manage to get the mercy, and of course, Cake with that res again manages to get the res, turns it around, and Seplo. I think Seplo has honestly been kind of the MVP for this map on this defense at the very least. Hook after hook have been coming in for Seplo, and he has been doing a very good job on that Roadhog. Only 2 minutes and a half left for the side of Notorious here as they get ready for another push. And you look at the ults. Throughout this entire defense, Lionheart has maintained 2, 3, 4 ults even, and Notorious just used all of their ults in that last fight except for the trance. They have nothing coming in here up against the entire kitchen sink for Lionheart. So they're going to have to go in, take a junk rush, maybe even 2, and do it quickly. Otherwise, they're not going to have time to make a real contest on this point with any sort of chance at winning. A huge hook coming in from Seplo from downtown, pulling a Suspect literally straight down from heaven. I mean, Suspect was all the way up there already and just got pulled right down out of the sky. That's going to be enough to hold them off for another 30 seconds. I mean, this is what we're talking about. One pick pushes them back for 30 seconds at a time. And here we are, we're waiting for Icy Suspect to come back in again.
And the problem is, because they're getting picked, they can't charge their ult. So, and because of that, they're not winning the ult war.
The grab comes in for Caesar and the rocket barrage. And that, again, very good ult coordination out of the defense there. Doesn't matter that there's a Transcendence there because the rocket barrage does more damage than 300 per second. And as a result, able to clear out the side of Notorious yet again. Lionheart looking at one more hold here, and they are going to be moving in and with a slot in our league. So definitely exciting stuff here for Lionheart. All they need to do is hold this last real team fight. They do have an Earth Shatter and a Rocket Barrage on the side of Notorious ready to go, but you know, not a whole lot of time left to make anything happen with it. We'll see what is going to happen here as we come in. 40 seconds left to go in this fight. Earthshatter comes out, but from the defense, Ginger not making anything happen, gonna be taken down actually himself. So this might be the opportunity that Notorious is looking for. There's their own Earthshatter, but Ripsnort taking out one, Cessflow getting another one, and actually these kills going the way of the defense. Lionheart holding strong here. They have 3 on the defense, and yep, just Icy Suspect taken out. Black Soul going to follow here. 10 seconds left for the side of Notorious to try to get on this objective. I'm not sure anyone can make it in time. They're going to try, but they do have someone in there. Lucio is on Arctic Wolf starting the overtime. They're going to try to get in here and delay a little bit longer. Arctic Wolf doing a good job of wall riding around, staying alive, but Nate taken out on his way in. No Roadhog here to help them out. Caesar takes out Zealot as well, so they are losing their healing. They've lost their Reinhardt. This is looking like it's going to be Notorious holding on. The ults coming in right now don't matter because all the spawns on the side of Lionheart. Lionheart winning Temple of Anubis, winning our series 3-1, ending up taking our tournament and taking the free slot in our league.
What we have tomorrow, the second qualifiers for brand new team. One of them being MGS from yesterday.
I thought there was multiple slots, but hey, they are still in the running, I guess, for one of those slots. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Lionheart has one spot, and then whoever wins tomorrow will have the other. Yeah, Ripsnort with some very good Pharah play. Came alive during this last series on the Pharah. Definitely earning that card there. Caesar as well.
El Jacko,
incredible play on
you guys
Zarya.
are in stream. I just want to say, we did say this because you guys played on Thursday. If not saying teams are going to, but if a team drops tomorrow, you guys are going to be the first one to replace them if needed. So that's it for tonight.
You can say.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
go.
I guess I'll just do the same plugs I did before. My Twitch channel is twitch.tv/goldstreams with Z at the end of it, and then I have my own casting channel as well, Gold Casts OW. So check those channels out, drop a follow, say hello. Keep an eye out. I'll be doing more of these games. I'll be doing some tournaments and stuff coming up as well. So if you're interested in watching any of this sort of, Overwatch casting kind of stuff, keep an eye out.
So for the league, remember Maturino, if you guys want to donate, help us out, would be great, would really help out the community. Check in tomorrow or way later today, if you want to be technical, for today's qualifiers or tomorrow's, and join us on League Day this Saturday. Our first day, our big day, this is the opening day on the league. Come join us, support us, tell your friends on console, tell people on Xbox, let's show them off, and all that good stuff. Good night, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night.